Well, well, well. The Cowboys got embarrassed the last game of the season. And it was kind of a microcosm to me of the entire Dallas Cowboys season. I mean, it was almost a tale of two halves. I mean, they looked pretty good in the beginning of the game, I guess we could say. But then as the game got going, the New York Giants started mollywhopping the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, we saw some of the same old things. We saw the offense kind of going and not going. We saw the defense giving up humongous plays. The defense getting just embarrassed. They seemed to not know where they're supposed to be. And even when they were where they were supposed to be, they were not making the plays. I mean, we just watched a microcosm of the Cowboys' entire season. But all is not lost. I do believe we got 2 top 20 picks. Let's talk Cowboys. We're about to talk facts. Yeah. Let's go, Cowboy fans. Hey, it is what it is. It was always about 2026. We didn't want to look this bad, but nevertheless, we are what our record says we are. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy hitters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please don't forget to hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And if you haven't become a channel member subscriber yet, please do. We still got a lot of great Cowboys content coming up for the remainder of this season. Now let's talk facts. Man, I got some stuff I got to get off my chest today. These are going to be our topics for the day. Man, I got some serious issues with the Cowboys. Somebody is going to have to tell me, why in the world were the Cowboys not playing Jaydon Blue the entire season? Somebody's got to explain it to me. I've been saying this all along. I'm sorry. This doggone thing with Jaydon Blue, I'm not buying this whole conversation. I'm just not buying this conversation as it applies to Jaydon Blue and his practice habits and all of this old stuff. Man, I'm not buying this stuff. So, let me tell you what we're going to be talking about today. Hold on a second. I got one thing wrong here, looks like. All right, yeah, I got one thing wrong. Okay. All right. These are going to be the topics for the day. We're going to go over the game recap. We're going to talk about standout players. And this is where I'm going to be talking about Jaydon Blue. Because Jaydon Blue showed me everything I needed to see yesterday. We're going to listen to the Brian Schottenheimer post-game press conference, Dak Prescott post-game press conference, Jadeveon Clowney, Quinnen Williams. We're going to kind of look at our draft status, and then we're going to have a little bit about Overreaction Monday. So, those are going to be our topics. But I'm telling you now, I'm going all in on this thing on Jaydon Blue. I'm very, very perturbed on this. So, that's our show for today. Let's go. Let's get it. Yeah, let's go. Let's see who in the congregation today. Then we're going to get this thing rolling. Jerome Miller, what's going on? Yo, he said Turpin has lost some speed. Turpin lost some speed because them pockets got full. Terry Tatum, what's going on with you? My man Poobie D got my back. What's going on? Dare said, what's going on? Poobie D said we're starting off the offseason wrong already. The big Rombowski. Look who still's got a job. Y'all talking about Matt Eberflus. We're going to talk about that in a moment. Chanel is in this thing, our neighborhood statistician. What's going on, Chanel? All right. The queen, my sister from the beginning. What's going on? DM Gotta or the Magda, what's going on? Ready to hear the preacher? Tell it like it is. We're going to tell it like it is. Mose Logan, what up? Jerome Betts, what's going on? John Jones, it's still a New Jack City. Man, talk is cheap and Bullcorn runs a marathon. That's why we are out of the playoffs. Lock and D said Flus needs to be gone tomorrow. Why Jerry taking so long? We're going to talk about that in just a moment. Katharina Kiss, what's going on? Dominique Pittman in this thing. What up, Dominique? Nisi, again, another one of my sisters from the beginning. What's going on? We're going to talk about Matt Eberflus in a moment. C. Burleson, what's going on? Dunaway in this thing. What's going on? Ronan the Voice. What's going on, Ronan? Mill 0040. What's going on? Ramon Tellers, what's going on? Good to see you. Dolores Ennis, 72 Chevelle, 70 Show, what up? Gary Cooper, what up? Mile High City in this thing. Let's go. Shay. Oh, Nisi, we're gonna come back to this. I'm coming back to what you just said. I am not letting that go. What's going on, Shay? JCT Slice, what's going on? JCT said, G, can the media finally cool it with Joe Milton would take Dak Prescott's job? Nah, I don't think nobody's saying that no more. He said these takes should finally be done. Bad loss, but we still have 4. Yes, sir. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. All right, let's get this thing going. Let me get a couple more. Marion Kendrick, what's going on? He said, give us something positive. I got you. I got you. Don't worry. Tatiana, what's going on? Bama Boy, what's going on? Brian Worley, we them boys. Superman that. Oh, what's going on? What's going on, Superman? Good to see you up in here. Mike, what's going on? Yeah, Flus, man, I know, bro. Flus, we're going to talk about Flus in a moment. Kroger's, we got to see Blue. And I'm telling you, it's an indictment if you ask me on Brian Schottenheimer. It's an indictment. James Godley, let's get this thing going. I appreciate y'all. All right, let's get into this game recap. I want to get this thing going. I got a lot to talk about today. Man, this thing with the Dallas Cowboys, this was the epitome of the Cowboys season for me. Looked good at moments, but overall, you could tell the Cowboys are not a well-oiled machine. They still got work to do. And I'm praying that we don't have this conversation next season. Excuse me, we realize that Brian Schottenheimer was not the guy for this job. But when we started looking at this, just kind of looking at the box score real quick. Oh, okay. Lisa, you got me laughing. I'm gonna come back to both of your comments. I'm coming back to both of your comments. All right, so looking at the Cowboys box score. The Cowboys got beat by the Giants 34-17. This actually didn't surprise me. The Cowboys kind of opened up 10-6, came out in the second quarter, and let us remember, if I'm not mistaken, Dak Prescott was still playing the second quarter. And the Cowboys got blanked 0 points. They came out in the third, 0 points, scored 7 points in the fourth quarter. The New York Giants, of course, the Cowboys can't stop a runny nose. The New York Giants scored 6 in the first quarter, 10 in the second quarter, 8 in the third quarter, 10 in the fourth quarter. I mean, I am actually not surprised that the New York Giants were able to topple the Dallas Cowboys for as much as people like Dak Prescott were playing for things. I just don't know if anybody else was even playing for anything. And Matt Eberflus, how many more adjustments can you make? Matt Eberflus dragged that same old system out there. I think he tried to do some things once again, but I just think this thing is too complicated. I think it's a combination of, I think these things are too complicated for the players, but I also think these players that the Cowboys have, they're not good in the grand scheme of things. The players the Cowboys have in the grand scheme of things, they're just not good. And so, just kind of looking at some of the player stats, I want to go, let's go through some of the team stats, then we'll do the player stats. Cowboys, 286 total yards, 143 passing yards, 143 rushing yards, 5.3 yards per play. New York Giants, 380 yards. I mean, the New York Giants, I don't know which one is worse. I don't know if we were so bad that the New York Giants couldn't lose, or the New York Giants were, or if the New, or if, yeah, we're so bad the Giants couldn't lose, or the Giants was just better than us. I mean, I don't know which one it was, but 380 total yards, 219 passing. Jackson Dart don't know but one speed, so I knew he was going to do what he does. Rushing yards, knew that was going to be a problem. So, they put up 380 on us. Cowboys struggled on third downs, 2 for 8. Fourth down, they were 1 for 2. New York Giants, 8 for 14 on us, better than 50%. We had a total of 54 plays. They had 69. I mean, we had 9 penalties for 94 yards. I mean, this game is just a summation of really the whole Cowboy season. It's just really a summation of the whole season in a sense. Everything we've been dealing with was all in that New York Giants game. Just terrible. 1 fumble lost, 1 interception thrown. We got beat on time of possession. I mean, we were 1 for 2 on field goals. We always think that Brandon Aubrey is, he can't miss anything. Yeah, Brandon Aubrey can miss some things. So it's just a microcosm of the entire season, kind of looking at some of the individual stats. Dak Prescott, 7 of 11. Milton was 7 of 13. He had 1 interception. And the thing that really stood out to me was Jaydon Blue. Jaydon Blue. If I'm Jerry Jones, I got a problem with this Jaydon Blue thing. Brian Schottenheimer purposely, for whatever reason, Brian Schottenheimer put the story out on Jaydon. I mean, he really created a narrative around Jaydon Blue, basically saying that Jaydon Blue didn't deserve to play. I mean, let's just really put it out there for what it is. Jaydon Blue, they labeled Jaydon Blue that he didn't deserve to play. He wasn't doing enough during the week to play. Jaydon Blue comes out against the New York Giants, and I don't care if it's the last game of the season. The New York Giants were playing this game. The New York Giants were playing. It's not like they were out there, it's funny to me that people were saying, oh, well, the Giants weren't interested in tackling. Who told us this? They beat the Cowboys 34-17. If the Giants were not interested in tackling and beat us 34-17, how bad would they have beat us if they were interested in tackling? Somebody explain it to me. But I know why we got to see, we have to destroy Jaydon Blue. We have to destroy Jaydon Blue to justify Brian Schottenheimer letting the fastest guy on the team sit on the bench. We have to justify it. No. I've been had this same energy all season long. Jaydon Blue has been the biggest mystery for me the entire season. Jaydon Blue stepped on that field, and that dude was balling. And I don't want to hear it was because he hadn't been out there and he was out there trying. I don't want to hear this stuff. It's garbage. It's garbage. And I've been saying this about the Jaydon Blue narrative. It's garbage. Yeah, Alfonso, Dak played the second quarter, but not the second half, and got blanked. But again, we'll talk about that more. This Jaydon Blue narrative was garbage. Jaydon Blue could have absolutely helped this team this year. There is no doubt in my mind Jaydon Blue could have helped this team. But all of this is because Brian Schottenheimer was so sold on Javonte Williams and wanted to have the excuse to run Javonte Williams in the ground. I got news for y'all. And we can call this an overreaction if we want, but I got news for y'all. If the Cowboys had made the playoffs, Javonte Williams would have been no good. Javonte Williams would have been he'd have been no use to us hardly because they ran him in the ground. Brian Schottenheimer used an excuse to run this man in the ground and didn't want to give Jaydon Blue even the opportunity. He hasn't earned the right to be on the field. I noticed this season about us. Some of the greatest changes we made were due to injuries. We didn't make adjustments that needed to be made. We made adjustments because of injuries. And then we find on some of these injuries, these adjustments on injuries, we're like, wow, that guy is really good. Why hasn't he been playing the whole time? Brian Schottenheimer gets a blemish for this. He gets a blemish for this. Absolutely. Nietzsche says, don't forget, G, he did the same thing with Malik Davis. Nietzsche, isn't it strange? I'm going to say something again that y'all might call an overreaction. Maybe Javonte Williams, and I'm not saying he's not good, but maybe Javonte Williams wasn't as good as we thought he was versus Cooper Beebe, Ty Smith, and Tyler Booker are that good because that's where Javonte Williams was always running between the tackles. And so when Javonte gets in there, 16 for 64, maybe what we're realizing is that the Cowboys' running offensive line is definitely way better than the passing offensive line. And so Javonte Williams, while I'm not telling you he's not good, but what I am telling you is maybe Jaydon Blue could have also ran behind that same line. Javonte looked good. Jaydon Blue looks good. Jaydon Blue could have ran behind that same line. And I think Jaydon Blue would have added something even more that Javonte Williams don't have, and that is the outside running game. Brian Schottenheimer pigeonholed himself into just a power run game. Bro, when you got a power run game and you got a speed game, man, it makes your team that much better. Why in the world? I don't understand it, and I can't comprehend it. I can only come to one conclusion, and this is the bad part. I can only come to one conclusion on this. Brian Schottenheimer didn't like Jaydon Blue. It's the only thing I can come to the conclusion of. Because nothing else makes sense to me. Nothing else makes sense to me. There is no way that a player like that should have been on the bench. I just can't buy it. I can't buy it. Niecy said earlier, she said, gee, not playing Blue all season is so cray-cray. That man did well. It makes no sense. Why draft Jaydon Blue? Why would you draft Jaydon Blue and Jaydon Blue not play for you? That makes absolutely no sense for me. Why does he not play? And then you start looking at him in that game, and then you think about what could have been. There is no way. I'm just telling you, this is one of the knocks I have on Brian Schottenheimer for this season. To put that narrative out there on Jaydon Blue, And this is one of the things that I thought was going to happen when Jaydon Blue played. I thought to myself, I said, when Jaydon Blue plays, he's going to prove Brian Schottenheimer wrong. And I'm thinking, and again, this could be an overreaction. But one of the reasons that I think he might not have played Jaydon Blue is because he didn't want Blue to prove him wrong. Because he kept talking about practice. Now, I want to see him on the field, bro. I can understand what you're saying about practice. I want to see him on the field. And we saw him against the Commanders. He did real good against the Commanders. We saw him against the Denver Broncos. Brian Schottenheimer likes to run one way between the tackles. Man, let me tell you something. Brian Schottenheimer, to me, when I look at his play calling, it just starts to remind me it's got some Mike McCarthy similarities. Mike McCarthy was the same way with his running game. Brian likes to run the game. He likes to run, but Mike McCarthy doesn't like to run. But when Mike McCarthy runs, he runs between the tackles. Brian Schottenheimer likes to run. What does he run? Between the tackles. No outside game, no sweeps, no pitches. The screen looks, when the Cowboys try to run a screen, the Cowboys run a screen like they don't know how to run a screen. It's never a natural flow to it. Well, Javonte Williams isn't a screen-type running back. Malik Davis is a screen-type running back in a sense. You never gave him an opportunity to do it. Jaydon Blue can be your screen game guy, not to mention Jaydon Blue can play in the passing game. Brian Schottenheimer missed a great opportunity with Jaydon Blue. And now we're going to go into next season, and we're going to be wondering still, are we going to use Jaydon Blue? Jerry, man, they can't let this, they can't let this go. I'm telling y'all right now, if there has ever been a player that if the Cowboys let this dude hit the open market, you watch what I tell you about Jaydon Blue. Somebody else is going to take Jaydon Blue, and they are literally going to turn him into a superstar. You talking about somebody should be on your field on third downs. Somebody that should be in there, hey, man, forget about putting him at the running back position. How about putting him in the slot on third downs? Use him the way Texas did. Man, Brian didn't even want to use him the way Texas did. 70s Fan Show said that's what happened to Zeke. He had ran out of gas by the playoffs. Man, let me tell you something, 70s fan. Had we made the playoffs, it was going to be Zeke 2.0. I'm telling y'all right now, Javonte Williams was done. He was done. Had we made the playoffs, I would be shocked if he'd have finished any playoff game. Brian Schottenheimer with running backs on the squad, on the roster, ran Jaydon Blue into the ground. Javonte Williams into the ground. Malik Davis, they didn't give him enough opportunities. Jaydon Blue gave him no opportunities. Kept Phil Maffa on ice for how long? I don't even understand why. Nobody can even explain why they had Phil Maffa on ice for so long. I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Mill said Blue and Maffa can play, but Shotty don't know how to use his players. It don't make sense. It don't make sense. And I'm telling this, man, this is why I say, I just wonder if Shotty would be better as a coach on the sideline rather than being the coach that's running the plays and the personnel. Y'all, man, I'm just telling y'all right now, this Cowboys team has way too many weapons to be getting beat. They have way too many weapons to be held to 17 points, even on a meaningless game. The Cowboys in that first half should have put up 21 points on the Giants. 21. This offense, even with some of the great numbers that it had, this offense underachieved. This offense underachieved. I'm going to be giving my grades on this team tomorrow. Tomorrow, either Thursday, tomorrow, either Wednesday. But I'm telling you this. This team underachieved offensively. With as much as it did achieve, it underachieved because there are so many great weapons on this offense. And I'm telling you now, when you listen to Jerry Jones talk, when they asked Jerry Jones about what do you think about Schotty's culture, this dude didn't say nothing about he thought he implemented that culture. He talked about the failures within that culture. And I'm telling you, Jerry even alluded to, well, we kind of knew the defense had some issues. We kind of knew that the defense had some issues, but Jerry fully believed that the offense was going to put up banana video game numbers and be able to overcome some of the issues of the defense. And Brian Schottenheimer was not able to do it. He wasn't able to do it. Angie, you're right. Maffa should have been in the mix. Poobie D, too predictable. Yeah. 70s fans, Shotty's so used to beast mode, he can't see potential in anybody. I agree. Schotty needs to understand the personnel that he has. And I'm not sure if he understands the personnel that he has. Man, for as good as the Cowboys offense was, it should have been better. And explain this to me. How do you have Dak Prescott playing at peak level and the rest of the team not playing at that level? I'm telling y'all right now, I've been saying it all season. Brian Schottenheimer, and I'm sure everyone else can see it too. Schottenheimer benefited from having Dak Prescott. Schottenheimer benefited from having peak Dak Prescott. We haven't seen anything yet. Y'all think Dak Prescott played good this season? Wait till next season. Wait until next season. You are about to see the best 3 to 4 years of Dak Prescott you've ever seen in your life. Dak Prescott will be even better next year. The question is, will Brian Schottenheimer be better next year? It makes no sense that you have a quarterback playing at the level that Dak Prescott is playing at, and the rest of the team is not. Dak Prescott is head and shoulders above everything on this team right now. Dak Prescott has been incredible. And it is an absolute travesty that Dak Prescott has played so well this season, and the play calling is fell short. The defense has fell short. The DC has fell short. Some of the players on defense have fallen short. And all of the turmoil that is going on around Dak Prescott at different times. And he's been the constant, consistent professional. It's a crying shame in the grand scheme of things to have a quarterback who is literally the best quarterback or top three best quarterback in the league. And you finish with 6-10. Make some of this make sense. Make this make sense. I pulled this on X. Make this make sense. This was from Dak Muse. People do not realize how good Dak Prescott has been this year. Dak Prescott, first in completions. Dak Prescott, first in 12 40-plus yard passes. Y'all remember when everybody used to criticize Dak, talking about Dink and Dak? Hold on, let me read this comment from the Queen. The Queen said, gee, we thinking Flute's on the hot seat, but Shotty might be on that hot seat as well. I don't think Jerry is satisfied with his play calling. I agree. I said it earlier, Queen. Jerry's not going to have the patience with Shotty, I believe, that he's had in the past. Man, Jerry realized he ain't got long up in here. This ain't 65-year-old Jerry saying, oh, I got another 25 years. Man, this is 80-something-year-old Jerry Jones saying, I don't know how many I got. I don't know how many I got. If there has ever been a season that has proven that Dak Prescott is not the problem, but Dak Prescott is the solution, it is this one. You can't even look at Dak Prescott's numbers and say, this is why this team is 7-9-1. You lying to yourself if you're saying that. Anybody who looks at Dak Prescott and say, this is why we're 7-9-1, you're lying to yourself. Dak Prescott, third in yards, 4,552. Fourth in touchdowns, 30 touchdowns. Passer rating, ranked number 6, 99.5. QBR, fourth, 70.6. First downs, 220, tied for third. EPA, estimated points per attempt or something like that, plus 135, fourth. That means that when Dak is on the field, that Dak was that quarterback that you knew was going to contribute 2 points. 6 300-plus yard games, Dak Prescott, first. Cowboys offense, 471 points, third in the NFC. Second highest WPA. Dallas Cowboys all-time pass yard leader Pro Bowl. You're lying to yourself if you say that Dak Prescott's the problem. You're lying to yourself. I can't even accept anything serious about Dak Prescott. There is not a pundit out there that will tell you right now that Dak Prescott is the problem. If anything, Dak Prescott has proven that he is not the problem. He is not the problem. That Jerry has been failing Dak Prescott for years by not putting complete teams around him. Meanwhile, we are watching teams. I want to show you the example of what I'm telling you about. When we look at the playoff picture in the NFL, I noticed something about some of the top teams in the NFL this year. In particular, the top teams that have the real good quarterback play. I'm going to tell you and show you something that they did that the Cowboys have failed to do for Dak Prescott. And I don't want to hear nothing about man, we are in la-la land. Dan Quinn never had Super Bowl level defenses. We're lying to ourselves. Dan Quinn never had Super Bowl level defenses. Period. End of story. We've never put together a defense opposite of Dak Prescott like these teams in particular that I'm about to show you. When you look at the playoff picture, let me tell you why I believe the Seattle Seahawks probably are going to go and win the Super Bowl this year. The Seahawks loaded Sam Darnold down. He's not even as good as Dak Prescott. He don't even have all the weapons that Dak Prescott has. You want to know why they're number one? The Seattle Seahawks have the number one defense in football. They loaded up on defense around Sam Darnold, opposite of Sam Darnold. They loaded up. You want to know why the Bears are number two? The Bears are the number 2 seed in the NFC. Why? Coaching. The Bears said, we're taking no chance and we're leaving nothing to chance. We're willing to go out and pay a coach $10 million. A rookie coach $10 million. Because looking at him on film with the Detroit Lions, master play caller, Brian Schottenheimer not even in the conversation with this man. Even when you think about his mentality, they are 11-6. The Eagles, goes without saying, they won the Super Bowl last year. They put a super team around Jalen Hurts. I mean, I'm not even going to conversate about the Panthers. They're going to be one and done. The Rams. Sean McVay continues to do this. Sean McVay is a master play caller, but also Sean McVay and the Rams, they have put players around Matthew Stafford. They have continuously put players around this man, offensively and defensively. And again, Sean McVay, play caller, one of the top coaches in the league. The 49ers. I do believe the 49ers I think they're going to have a tough time. I think they may be one and done too. The 49ers got to the playoffs by will. They are injured all over the place. But Kyle Shanahan is a great coach. But I don't think they are going to be able to withstand the storm. And the Packers, it's the Packers, continuously underachieved. They are 9-7-1. But I got some news for y'all. With Michael Parsons healthy and with no injuries, I don't believe they finished no better than 2 games. Better than this. I think they might have won 2 more games. They have underachieved ever since Jordan Love has become the quarterback for that team. And they're going to continue to underachieve. And this is why Matt LaFleur is going to have his butt out the door. Because he is a part of that reason that they gave Jordan Love the money. And they're going to continue to suffer for it. And that's why I don't feel sorry for Michael Parsons. Michael Parsons is going to find out the same thing in Dallas, that he cannot propel a team to win. He could not do it. Yeah, you need that quarterback. You need a good team. And he's got a good team around him, got injured. But again, Jordan Love, he went over there thinking Jordan Love was the answer. I don't feel sorry for him. You go over to the AFC. Bo Nix, they got a crazy defense on the other side of him. You go to the Patriots. Vrabel was already a great coach. Vrabel is a great coach, had a very easy schedule. But again, they're building around Drake May. The Jaguars, they continue to build. And now it's gotten them to the 3rd position. Steelers, they'll probably be one and done. The Texans got to be careful. They got a great defense too. I think they're top 3 defense. They may expect to win the game. The Bills, again, I don't know to tell you about Josh Allen. I don't think he's going this year again. Struggling, got something going on. Chargers, same old, same old. I think they'll probably be one and done. But when you look at what a lot of these teams did, they went and got, and especially when you look at the top 4 to 6 teams, they went and put defenses on the other side opposite of their quarterback. And this is why the Super Bowl, I believe it's going to be out of these top 6 teams. I believe it's going to be Seattle. I just think they're hard to stop. I think it'll either be Seattle, the Rams, or the Eagles. AFC, I think it'll be the Broncos or the Patriots. I think the Broncos defense is pretty strong. But I'm going to give Mike Vrabel a chance. Because Mike Vrabel, man, he got them boys playing. He got them on a whole nother level. But when I think about what the Cowboys have put around Dak Prescott, this year is another year of the Cowboys being solely dependent upon the ability of Dak Prescott. They've been totally dependent upon it. And in a year where Dak Prescott actually came through, not even Dak Prescott can overcome a historically bad defense. This is the Cowboys defense. The Cowboys defense is the 4th worst defense in history. How do you win? How do you win with this defense? I mean, we're going to listen to Dak Prescott's press conference in a moment. One of the first times that we actually heard Dak Prescott kind of allude to that this defense was all-time bad. All-time bad. And let me bring this up while we're talking about this. Matt Eberflus. A lot of us are asking the question. Let me go back to what Niecy said. She said while she was in Dallas, she did a tour at the Star. She was praying. She ran into Flus. It's Monday. Cowboys didn't let go of Matt Eberflus. And one of the things that I think Jerry Jones is doing, I think he's still trying to take the temperature to kind of see where is Cowboys Nation on Matt Eberflus. Because I think he pretty much knows it's going to be hard to sell Matt Eberflus to Cowboys Nation. But I believe Jerry wants to be right on Matt Eberflus. I think Jerry believes that if the Cowboys can get Eberflus the players, I believe Jerry believes that the Cowboys can actually be better on defense. And I'm going to tell you, I told y'all this before. Let me tell you something about Matt Eberflus. Excuse me. Let me tell you something about Matt Eberflus. If you met Eberflus, I bet you would absolutely love Matt Eberflus. I bet you Matt Eberflus is a great guy. I guarantee you. I bet you Flus is a great guy. So when talking to Matt Eberflus, I bet you he's even kind of like a great teacher in a sense, kind of the way he probably explains things. You probably be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. And I'm sure Jerry is also thinking in his mind, what happened to Matt Eberflus? Why is he so bad here? I'm telling y'all, I'm sure Jerry is thinking, why is Matt Eberflus so bad here? He wasn't this bad anywhere else. Why is he this bad here? And in Jerry's mind, he may be trying to rationalize, well, maybe he was this bad here because the players were that bad here. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I bet you if you talk to coaches in coaching circles, I bet you they'll tell you that Eberflus isn't bad. I bet you people would tell you that. But me, I'm not going by what people telling me. I mean, I'm not even going on what he's done over the last 10 years. I'm just looking at how bad this Cowboys defense was. Some of it is players, but some of it is Matt Eberflus too. I still say the Cowboys and Eberflus himself needs to figure out, why was there a mutiny in Chicago? And Chicago, they did the same thing. After his second season, they were thinking, because it was already getting bad. And they were thinking, okay, you know what? Well, maybe if we kind of let the offseason go, and then when the season starts, some time has passed, maybe things will be better between the team and Eberflus, and maybe Eberflus will be better. And it escalated and got worse. And I think that Jerry is sitting back even contemplating, Eberflus is a nice guy, hasn't been this bad in the past. His explanations, he really don't have the greatest of players. So Jerry is in his brain thinking, well, maybe we give him one more shot. Chicago thought the same thing. I'm going to tell you right now, the reason why I believe the Cowboys should follow through and get rid of Eberflus, he's lost the defensive locker room. And not only has he lost the defensive locker room, he's lost the confidence of the quarterback. You'll hear Dak Prescott talk about that in a moment. The Cowboys have got to, because again, Eberflus needs to figure out what's up with him and player connection. If I don't believe in you, I don't believe in your philosophy. You ever heard this old term, kill the messenger? Sometimes people say, don't kill the messenger. But have you ever noticed that when people want to stop a message, what do? They kill the messenger. And so what Flus needs to really gravitate towards, maybe it's not his message. Maybe it's the messenger. He's got to figure out what's going on with him and why did it fall apart in Chicago? Even though the defense wasn't as bad as it is in Dallas, it was actually pretty decent. But why did the players give up on him in Chicago? And then he comes to Dallas. And I'm going to tell you now, I think Matt Eberflus lost the locker room, especially defensively. Man, I think he lost the locker room around game 6 or 7. I really do. I think he lost the locker room around game 6 or 7. They were gone. They were absolutely gone. Lock and D said, if we keep Flus, our season is cooked next year. It won't even matter what the players we're going to get because Flus is horrible. Yeah, the connection is, and I think there's something up with his connection. Poobie D talking about the offense. Gee, we line up. I can tell you what we're running. Yep. Poobie D said, I can look at the formation and tell you what we're running. And Pickens only used on 2 routes, slants and go routes. Facts all day long. All day long. What's going on? Lynn from the 903. Lynn said they failed Dak by not putting a defense around him. Man, let me tell y'all something. I was thinking about this the other day. Could y'all imagine Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys with that Seattle defense? How much you bet we'd be 14-3 too? How much you bet we'd be somewhere around 14-15 wins if we had that Seattle defense? How much you bet? Man, I was watching that Seattle defense. I feel sorry for San Francisco. They didn't have a chance. Man, that Seattle defense is the real deal. That Seattle defense is the real deal. Man, I would love for the Cowboys to put a doggone defense like that opposite of Dak Prescott. Nisi said this team's defense has had issues since 1997. Focus on the team as a whole. That includes defense. I'll tell you this. I'm going to give Jerry Jones this. I do believe this will be the year of the defense. They're going to go out there and they're going to get players. The biggest question is, will they fire the DC? And I'm going to lean towards this. I think Jerry's trying to take the temperature of Cowboys Nation on this. I think he's taking in, because one thing I know about them, they pay attention to social media. And I don't think it necessarily influences all of their decisions, because if it did, it wouldn't be what it is. But they pay attention to it. I think they're going to kind of be weighing that out as it pertains to Matt Eberflus. And of course, I'm thinking they're doing their due diligence and maybe considering players and things of that nature. But in the grand scheme of things, they have to get rid of Matt Eberflus. There's no connection with the players. It's the same problem all over again from Chicago. Same problem all over again. All right, I appreciate y'all rocking with me. Miss Matrix, hey, Miss Matrix. My sister, what up? Hey, Miss Matrix. I've been trying to do my due diligence on Trayvon Diggs. And while it didn't look like he did bad yesterday, it was, some people were saying it was kind of more the same stuff that he was doing with the Dallas Cowboys, giving up a tremendous amount of space to the wide receivers. And so, I heard he was in on a few tackles. But again, I don't call that balling out. But again, Miss Matrix, we're going to see what he does in the playoff game against Chicago. Very interested to see what Diggs is doing. But I tell you this, boy, they are, when I tell you that they be talking to this dude, man, them dudes over in Green Bay, they tried their best. They tried their best to justify the fact that they got Trayvon Diggs. Proof going to be in the pudding. We're going to see what happens against Chicago. All right. The Rombowski, he said, Shotty can't figure out his offense after 17 games. Meanwhile, Ben Johnson and Liam Cohen walk in and lead Chicago and Jacksonville to 11 and 13 win seasons. Facts. Facts. Bet says people don't know what a championship defense looks like is why they're deceived into thinking that Dan Quinn defense was that and wasn't even close. Could do nothing from behind or stop the run. Jeremy Betts, I do not understand why we thought, and so many people, oh, no, Dan Quinn's defenses were not good enough. Dan Quinn's defenses were not good enough when he was here. They were not good enough. Nisi says, facts, G. Dallas has never put a complete team around Dak. That includes a good coaching staff, and anyone is good, they fire them. Yeah. Yeah, Mike T said, that's what I'm talking about, Mr. G. He said, they got players thinking they were good. They were bust. Yeah. Alfonso, shameful, isn't it? The Panthers made it to the playoffs, and they were garbage. Exactly. Exactly. Man, exactly. Rod Curry said the defense wasn't upgraded to complement Michael Parsons. You know what, though, Rod Curry? I'm going to tell you what I think they did this season. When they brought in, like, Solomon Thomas, Perion Winfrey, they got Donovan Ezraku. Of course, they signed Oso Digizua. When you think about some of those things, they still had Marshawn Nealon at the time. When you start thinking about some of those things, I think they thought they were putting some players around Michael Parsons, Rod Curry, which I think in the grand scheme of things wouldn't have worked. Wouldn't have worked. I don't think it would have worked. And Michael Parsons, he didn't want D-Law around. He wanted to push D-Law out of town. But again, yeah, I don't think they put enough players around Michael Parsons, and Michael Parsons wasn't going to stick around to let him do it. But I still say defensively, you know, a lot of people are saying that the Michael Parsons things didn't turn out. But I don't think that Michael Parsons not being here is the problem. Because I'm telling you, I do believe other defensive coordinators, if you told them, if you would have said, hey, let me tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take away Michael Parsons, but we're going to give you Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Solomon Thomas, James Houston. We're going to get you Donovan Ezraku. We're going to get you Jadeveon Clowney. We're going to get you 6 players to make up for Michael Parsons. And then say, and just do the best you can with this. And then we got 2 first-round draft picks for Michael Parsons, and we're going to go defense on that too. Man, I do believe that there are defensive coordinators out there that could have did good. Not him. I mean, I thought Quinnen Williams was Eberflus proof. Wasn't Eberflus proof. Rombowski said Carolina might be one and done. Yeah, they one and done. But Dave Canales walked into that mess and got them into the playoffs while having Dowdle run right over Shotty and Flus. Yeah, he did a great job, man. He did a great job. But I can tell you this, boy, Coach of the Year, I'm leaning, Coach of the Year, man, Ben Johnson, coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. But this dude for the Seattle Seahawks. I'm struggling. He's got to be Coach of the Year. The coach of the Seahawks has got to be the Coach of the Year. Larry said again, Shotty always talks about his process. His process doesn't work. It never did, and it never will. It's too predictable, too predictable, too predictable. I agree with you. Pure gaming. I'm going to tell you this. I agree with you. I would love to see Brian Schottenheimer pick his own defensive coordinator. But I'm going to tell you right now, Brian Schottenheimer picks his own defensive coordinator, it's the beginning of the end. I'm going to tell you right now. And I hope he understands this. If Brian Schottenheimer picks his own defensive coordinator, it's the beginning of the end. Because if that DC comes in here and he don't do good, Shotty done. Shotty is absolutely done. I agree. Hey, pick your own. But I tell you this. Don't pick your buddy. You go out there and pick somebody who matches your energy. And you pick somebody that it don't even matter if you even like them that much. Man, you pick somebody who you know can come in here and do the job. And I'm going to tell you now, it's kind of funny to me. I've noticed that head coaching candidates for 2026, I've noticed I haven't seen a lot of people talking about Brian Flores. I have not seen a lot of people talking about Brian Flores. This may absolutely be an opportunity for Jerry Jones to get Brian Flores. I just haven't, I've been looking around on lists and things like that. I haven't seen his name. But I do think he should be one of the top names considered. They said that one list I see here, Brian Flores, Jesse Mentor, Chargers defense coordinator, Clint Kubiak, Seahawks offense coordinator, could definitely see that. Robert Saleh, 49ers DC, I'm not sure that's going to happen. Former coaches like Kevin Stefanski and Mike McCarthy. I'm sorry, Mike McCarthy and Kevin Stefanski could never get a job for me, especially Kevin Stefanski after the way that he sabotaged Shedeur Sanders. He could never be a coach again in this league for me. But I digress. Douglas Harrison, you're talking about Matty Eberflus. I do believe he's going to get fired. But I do also think they are considering not firing him. Angel Eyes said, G, didn't get to watch the game, and I'm glad I didn't. Dak did allude to the defense was terrible. Yeah, we're about to listen to it in a moment. All right. Let's check out the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. I don't know if some of y'all watch this, because I'm telling you, man, it's so funny, man. People are so disinterested in the Cowboys right now. I mean, even Cowboys fans are disinterested in the Cowboys right now. Katharina, I want to show you. I could only find one play on Trayvon Diggs. But I did see where I've seen a couple of things. Somebody said that based on the preliminary grades, Trayvon Diggs had the best Pro Football Focus coverage grade on the Packers. He had a 76.3. He allowed a 56.3 passer rating when targeted. So we are talking about J.J. McCarthy. So I'm going to be very interested. But again, got to think about it, though. Man, Diggs' first game in the playoffs is going to be against Caleb Williams. I mean, I really think that if Diggs is if Diggs is the best, like he says, I'm expecting him to ball out against Caleb Williams. I really am. I'm expecting him to make some big plays. This is one of the plays I saw of him. And this is why I say I know that Trayvon Diggs didn't have a great day. Because if Trayvon Diggs had a great day, it'd be headlines today. If Diggs would have had a great day, it'd be headlines. Because I can tell you right now, everybody would have been calling the Cowboys stupid. But again, this looks like the same Trayvon Diggs in Dallas right here. I think somebody said this might have been cover 4 or something like that. But this looks like the same Diggs from Dallas. Look at the space he's giving Justin Jefferson. And what he's trying to do is not let Justin Jefferson run behind him, because I'm telling this now, Diggs can't turn and run with quickness. But check this out. I'm telling you right now, if Jefferson would have ran the go, he'd have ran right past Diggs. So that leads me to believe he didn't actually ball out, because, again, if Diggs would have balled out, Cowboy fans would be hearing it today. There's no doubt in my mind. So we're going to have to wait until the playoffs and see what he does. All right, so let's go over here to Brian Schottenheimer. Like I said, I'm sure some of y'all might not have listened to this, but Miss Matrix, we're going to be following him this coming up Sunday. We want to see what he does. Let's listen to the Schottenheimer presser, because like Tatiana, I just don't think a lot of people have been watching a lot of stuff on the Cowboys. Even Cowboy fans are watching a lot of stuff on the Cowboys right now. It's really that bad over in Cowboys Nation. It's that bad in Cowboys Nation, guys. So, hey, it is what it is. 2026 Here we come. All right, let's see here. Let's get over here to this Dak. Let's get over here and check out this Brian Schottenheimer. Like I said, it's always funny to me. I keep saying about Brian Schottenheimer, you heard him once, you've heard him before. you heard Brian Schottenheimer once, you've heard him before. And I still say, and I said this about him earlier in the season, what Brian is going to have to stop doing is telling us all the answers. Because my problem is when you have all the answers is why are you having to give us all the answers? And the reason why you're having to give us all the answers is because they didn't translate on the field. And that's why you're having to give us all the answers. All right, let's check out Brian Schottenheimer.
Talk about play style and those kinds of things. You saw that today in your team despite the end result?
Yeah, I thought they played hard, man. I thought you saw how important the game was to us.
But, guys, let me tell y'all something. This stuff right here always bothers me that Brian Schottenheimer says this. He always says his team played hard. And you can see, and he said this the last couple of games. And that sounds like, to me, a coach who is telling you or giving you or is trying to make an excuse for we lost, but we played hard, so playing hard was not the reason that we lost. Brian says, and I'm telling you, Brian's got to be careful because I think even his message will begin to fall on deaf ears if he doesn't start producing results.
I thought, you could feel the hitting and really pleased with the way we ran the football today. And, this group, I've never doubted that with them, though. It's always been a group that they're going to answer the call. They're going to play hard. And I just told them, I said, hey, look, I'm proud of you guys. I'm disappointed in the way the season turned out. We didn't clearly win enough games, but every week they laid it on the line. And I'm proud of them for that.
Talk about momentum going into next year, but you finished the year losing 4 of 6. How can that be a possible momentum build?
Yeah, we got to look at it, and see what those issues were. Now that the season's over, we'll go back and we'll look at everything with a, fine-tooth comb, if you will, and we'll break it down into all the different areas that you need to in terms of offense, defense, special teams, running game, situational football, third down, red zone, all that stuff. And there'll be things. There's always things, and things that we have to address. We'll prioritize those, and we'll focus on getting better.
Clarence Hill, Dallas Cowboys. Can you use this?
Pooby D, I'll give that to you too. Cleveland Brown defense is really good. And I see some of the Dak hatred in the chat, and I don't mind it. But the playoff picture is defeating a lot of the Dak hate. The playoff picture is actually defeating a lot of the Dak Prescott hatred. Because again, when you look at the playoff picture, the thing that I find to be so fascinating about the playoff picture, have y'all not realized something? This is why I say sometimes people don't understand what they don't even understand what they were saying themselves. Let me show you what is so powerful and what really defeats the argument of anybody talking bad about and saying that Dak Prescott is the issue. Let me show you something that's fascinating if you just be honest with yourself. So when I look at the playoffs picture in the NFC in particular, I don't think anybody would classify Sam Darnold as a great quarterback. There are some that would probably classify him, but most people got him hovering between good to great, probably leaning a little more towards great now. But in the grand scheme of things, there's a reason why Sam Darnold is a journeyman quarterback. Jets, 49ers, Vikings, Seahawks. Sam Darnold isn't a great quarterback, but he's got a great defense. Who in their right mind would call Caleb Williams a top 10 quarterback? I don't think there are many people that would even call Caleb Williams a top 15, top 20 quarterback right now. He might be hovering between 22 and 18. Number 2 in the playoffs, Jalen Hurts. Are we finally saying we're no longer going to die on this hill? Jalen Hurts is the worst quarterback in the playoffs right now. Jalen Hurts is the worst quarterback in the playoffs. But his saving grace, he's got great wide receivers. He's got a great running back. He's got a good offensive line, great when it's healthy. And he's got a great defense on the other side of him. The Carolina Panthers, come on, you're not even being honest with yourself. If you're telling me that the Panthers have great quarterback play, you're lying to yourself. When you look in these playoffs, do we all not realize that there is a theme in this year's playoffs? This year's playoffs is not about great quarterback play. This year's playoffs is not about great quarterback play. That's why I'm not listening to all this talk about Dak Prescott, this, that, and the other. You don't even need a quarterback of Dak Prescott's talent to win in the playoffs. You need the right team to win in the playoffs. And when I look at these teams in the playoffs, you know what I see? Seattle Seahawks, great team. Coaches all the way down. You know what I see with the Bears? Great coaching, great team all the way down. You know what I see with the Eagles? I see a great team and a bad quarterback. You know what I see with the Panthers? A good team. I see a good team and good coaching that has got a bad team to the playoffs. You know what I see with the Rams? I see a great coach, great play calling. I do see a great quarterback, but look at their record. Their record is 12-5. 49ers, great coaching. I see a good to great quarterback, but they've been injured all season long. They are 12-5. The Packers, I see a bad team. I see a bad team that the only reason why they're there is because the Lions and the Cowboys underachieved and couldn't overtake them. But the Packers are a bad team, and that's why they're number 7. When you look at the AFC, nobody finds it to be strange. I'll destroy your quarterback argument. The quarterback is not the issue for the Cowboys. Bo Nix is not a top 10 quarterback. Drake May may be a top 10 quarterback. I got to see a little bit more. But Drake May has been great this year. But they're not there just because of Drake May. Easy schedule, great coaching. They got a lot of good things going for them. But when you look at the Jaguars, I'm not attributing that to great play, to great quarterback play. I'm attributing the Jaguars to a good team. That's why they are the number 3 spot. The Steelers, well, we already know. They're pretty much done. I do think Aaron Rodgers, he plays pretty good. But the Steelers, the AFC is so top heavy. I think anything past number 3, we don't even need to talk about it. What? Maybe the Texans. Maybe the Texans. I do think C.J. Stroud is on the verge of being a great quarterback. I still say they still need to put some things around him. But his defense on the other side is incredible. If you have not watched the Texans play, watch them play. They'll blow your mind. The defense is incredible. They could actually upset a team. I could really see the Texans upsetting a team. The Bills are what they are. Josh Allen, for whatever reason, they're talking about he's got some kind of foot injury or whatever it is. But I just say it's Josh Allen. But they tried to put a great team around Josh Allen. And then when you think about the Chargers with Justin Herbert, it is what it is. They're 11-6. In the grand scheme of things, nobody finds it to be strange. Name me the best quarterbacks in the league, and I'm going to show you that they're not in the top 6 teams right now in the playoffs. The Dak Prescott talk don't hold water. The Dak Prescott argument doesn't hold water because none of the quarterbacks, I'm telling you this, Dak Prescott, if I look in these playoffs, Dak Prescott is better than almost every quarterback in the playoffs. The problem is his team is not better. There is nobody in these playoffs I would put above Dak Prescott. The only one that I would even have a consideration is on the Rams side. It's the only place I would even have a discussion. But anybody else? No. Nobody else. Nobody else. It's not even a discussion after Matthew Stafford. There is not a quarterback in the playoffs that you would even have in the conversation with Dak Prescott. But the problem is the coaching on those teams is better than the coaching on the Cowboys. The defense on those teams is better than the Cowboys. And especially the defense, I'm talking about coordinator, personnel, everything is better than the defense of the Cowboys. This isn't about Dak Prescott. And we're making the wrong argument. We're making the wrong argument. Dak Prescott is nowhere near the problem for this Cowboys team. When I look at this year's playoffs, the theme of this year's playoffs, it's not the best quarterback is in the playoffs. The best teams are in the playoffs. When you start talking to me about teams, if you start talking about quarterbacks, Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford, Drake May, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. I mean, the regular old obligatory list. But if you start talking to me about the best teams, have y'all noticed if we start talking about the best teams, we got to change up the argument? Because if we start talking about the best teams, we got to mention the Seahawks. If we start talking about the best coaching, we got to be talking Seahawks, Bears, Patriots, Broncos, Jaguars, even the Eagles to a degree. Do y'all notice how the conversation changes? Our problem is we always want to blame everything on the quarterback in Dallas. We want to blame everything on the quarterback who's actually playing great. Only in Dallas do we do this. We want to talk about the quarterback. We don't want to talk about what they have around the quarterback. If there is a theme for this year's playoffs, this is literally the playoffs of the best team. This is literally the best teams in the playoffs. The best teams, not the best quarterbacks. Not the best quarterbacks. This is not about the best quarterbacks. Because again, when I look at this list, I don't see the best quarterbacks in the playoffs. Jordan Love is not one of the best quarterbacks. Brock Purdy, inching his way up, but I don't consider him one of the best quarterbacks. Matthew Stafford, yes. What's his name? Bryce Young, whatever his name is, Panthers. Nah, man, I don't even think he's going to get another deal with the Panthers. There's no way I would extend him. Eagles, Jalen Hurts, not the best quarterback. Caleb Williams, no. Sam Darnold, getting in the conversation. Bo Nix, no. Drake May, getting in the conversation. I've long forgotten the quarterback for the Jaguars' name, but nobody considers him one of the best quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers, historically, yes, but right now, last few years, no. I do think C.J. Stroud is inching his way up. Josh Allen is in that conversation. Justin Herbert is in that conversation, whether you want him in there or not. But I'm telling you, this year's we are having the wrong arguments. Dak Prescott, if there's a year, we don't need to talk about Dak Prescott. I'm sorry, that argument doesn't even hold water. Why are we talking about Dak Prescott when Dak Prescott is nowhere close to the reason why they are not in the playoffs? Yeah, Nisi, yeah, hey, Clowney was great. Came off the couch and balled out. Clowney was great. We don't have any reason. There should be no reason that anybody should be talking about Dak Prescott right now. Those arguments don't make sense. We're talking about 2025. Dak Prescott's been incredible. Miss Matrix said, GM, he did that so far. D-Law was right. Say it again, Miss Matrix. And I think he threw a lot of shade. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you why I am, Miss Matrix. I think he threw a lot of shade at Michael Parsons. I think he threw a lot of shade at Michael Parsons, and this is the reason why, Miss Matrix. Do y'all remember when I was saying that people need to check the DNA of Michael Parsons? Does anybody remember that? Anybody remember when I used to say the DNA of Michael Parsons needs to be checked? Why was I saying this? Let me tell y'all why Jerry Jones loved Michael Parsons. And why, if Michael Parsons had stayed here, the Cowboys, that Michael Parsons would not have stopped that podcast and it would have continued to be a circus because Michael Parsons and Jerry Jones are a lot alike. Michael Parsons and Jerry Jones are a lot alike, and this is why Jerry Jones loved Michael Parsons. He loved Michael Parsons. He loved him. The circus was not going to stop. And yeah, D-Law, threw some shade at the organization. Michael Gonen, we still horrible, worse even. But, Miss Matrix, let's think about this. It's a perfect storm. I believe, as I mentioned earlier, if you would have asked any other defensive coordinator, hey, we're going to trade Michael Parsons. We're going to give you Kenny, Quinnen, Ezraku, James Houston, Jadeveon Clowney. When you think about the Cowboys, what they had on the defensive line, I promise us, other defensive coordinators would have been like, I can work with that. When we think about the lack of blitzes, when we think about the lack of blitzes by Matt Eberflus, when we think about him waiting too late to start implementing the 5-man front and then even going away from it too early from time to time, when we think about the fact that he didn't even try to manufacture pressure, when we think about so many things that Matt Eberflus didn't do, I don't think this thing has nothing to do with Michael Parsons. Because I'm telling you, I guarantee you, you wouldn't find many find many defensive coordinators who wouldn't take Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams, James Houston, Jadeveon Clowney, and Donovan Ezraku. You're not going to find many defensive coordinators who wouldn't take you up on that offer because they would say, so you're telling me 5 players for 1? I'm rolling. I'm rolling with it. Let's go. And again, I'm not listening. I see some of the Dak Prescott. I'm not listening to the Dak Prescott conversations. Nah, not today. There's not even a quarterback in the conversation with Dak Prescott. And it's not like they're out there making amazing plays. I've watched Bo Nix play all year. Bo Nix has played below average, but his defense has been incredible. Bo Nix has been average to below average, but his defense has been incredible. I'm not buying none of these arguments. I've watched the Bears play. If anything, Caleb Williams is the thing that's going to hold the Chicago Bears back in the playoffs. Because I promise you, if Ben Johnson had Dak Prescott on the Bears, we'd be crying right now. They'd sweep this whole thing and win the Super Bowl. They would sweep this whole thing and win the Super Bowl. Dak Prescott on the Eagles would have dominated. Dak Prescott on the Eagles would have dominated. Sean McVay with Dak Prescott would tear this league up. Kyle Shanahan with Dak Prescott would tear this league up. Man, you know, it amazes me. We'll sit here and talk so bad about Dak Prescott while literally acknowledging all of the bad things that Jerry has done behind him, done around him. It doesn't even make sense. I'm not even entertaining none of this Dak Prescott nonsense. Just pure nonsense.
Is bitterness as a motivation?
Yeah, always. I mean, I think, you know, anytime you come up short of goals, there's motivation. I think these guys are hungry. We have the right type of guys. There's no question about that. You know, we did some good things this year. We just got to figure out the things that we need to improve and address those issues and coach those things up better. But always, you know, and again, it's a long season, and we'll start the process immediately, though, of trying to figure out the areas that we can improve.
You already talked about first thing Monday morning, that your mindset, we got to get and make a lot of changes and make decisions on changes, coaches, players, is that your mindset?
Yeah, it starts immediately. I mean, there's no time where, you know, you get into it. You know, I'll study the film tonight and look at it on the way back, and, you know, we'll have the exit interviews. We'll go through the process. You know, I love that process. I think that process is important, where you talk to the players, you talk to the coaches, you evaluate everything, and I think, like I said, there'll be some very clear things that we need to address.
So much been talked about Eberflus in the defense. Can you just assess how he's done and what do you want him back at this point?
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, you know, as you look at the way the game went today, I mean, you know.
How in the world Man, Clarence Hill is a shrewd operator. How in the world are you going to ask Brian Schottenheimer, does he want Matt Eberflus back? Anthony Harding, I'm sorry. I'm not believing what you're saying about Trayvon Diggs, bro. I'm not believing. I'm not believing what you're saying about Trayvon Diggs. I'm not buying it, bro. The tape is out there on Trayvon Diggs from yesterday. I'm telling you now, had Trayvon Diggs balled out against Minnesota, it'd be frontline news. That dude did not ball out. He went over there. They put him in that zone defense, and they just did what they did. We'll see what happens against Chicago, which I don't think that's going to be a good enough barometer either. I think the Chicago Bears are going to beat the Green Bay Packers.
We put them on a short field, and the time of possession got kind of flipped around. But, again, we're going to look at everything. And, at the end of the day, we didn't win enough games. And that starts with me. I'm responsible for that. And that's where we'll start.
Ryan Todd Archer with ESPN. You mentioned that you'll prioritize things. In your mind, what are the priorities for this team?
Ray Stevens, tell me who isn't a system quarterback. I'll wait on you. I'm not going to hold my breath. Tell me who isn't a system quarterback. Tom Brady, the GOAT, said every quarterback is a system quarterback. There is not a quarterback out there that's not a system quarterback. And if that quarterback exists who's not a system quarterback, he's not winning. Because you don't get to go in the NFL and play sandlot football. Every single quarterback has to learn a system. Every quarterback out there is a system quarterback. Your argument doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Again, I think there's going to be a number of them. But, again, at this time, I'm going to, think about the guys in that locker room. I'm going to go love on them some more and tell them how much I care about them because I appreciate how much they put into this season. And then, we have time to get into that, And
Harding says, gee, you're making the point. All those quarterbacks make less than Dak and they're in the playoffs, which shows they spend money elsewhere. That means you can win with a mediocre quarterback. Well, the problem is, but the salary cap isn't the problem. Because Jalen Hurts won the Super Bowl last year, and he's barely making less money than Dak Prescott. We've been watching quarterbacks like Matthew Stafford. They're making Dak Prescott money. They won the Super Bowl because Harding, in the grand scheme of things, nobody outside of Brady, Hurts, and Mahomes have won Super Bowls. And those are all top-paid quarterbacks. They're not winning Super Bowls. So this year, but what we are going to see, I believe, is that we're going to see teams that actually have a better team. And so do we blame that on the fact that Jerry Jones paid Dak Prescott? Or should we really be saying that Jerry has not been as good of a manager of the salary cap as Howie Roseman? Because for years, Jerry's been talking about the salary cap. Well, there's a reason why every single season, Howie Roseman can win the GM of the year. Because Howie Roseman keeps signing players to big-time contracts. And what do? They've either been in the playoffs. Do we not realize something about the Philadelphia Eagles? Over the last 4 seasons, they've either been in the playoffs or in the Super Bowl. And it's yet to be seen I wouldn't even be shocked if the Eagles got in the Super Bowl this year. I wouldn't be shocked. Because their defense is that good. I wouldn't be shocked. The personnel they have around Hurts is that good. I would not be shocked. I do think the Seahawks have the better team, but I wouldn't be shocked. So teams are paying their quarterbacks, and that's why I say, Anthony Harding, respectfully, that argument don't hold a lot of water either. Because when you look at the top paid quarterbacks, those 3 quarterbacks that I mentioned, they are in the top paid of all the quarterbacks. But this year, the theme is going to be simple. It looks like to me, the best team is going to be in the Super Bowl. And I do think the best team right now is the Seahawks. But I'll tell you this, it all depends on who shows up because the Rams can beat anybody. The Rams can beat anybody. I also think the Eagles, with the way they play on defense, the Eagles can hold teams below 20 points, even with the play of Jalen Hurts. I think the Eagles can win. So it's yet to be seen if Sam Darnold is going to get there. But again, I agree that you don't need Dak Prescott level talent to win the Super Bowl. But if you got Dak Prescott level talent, then why wouldn't you put the players around him? Why wouldn't you do it? And the salary cap is not an excuse. Jerry can put players. And I even say not even just players. I still say when you look, and this is the part that you glossed over, Harding, when you look at the coaching of these other teams, their coaching is better. Broncos coaching, the Cowboys coaching. I'm taking the Broncos. Patriots coaching or the Cowboys coaching. I'm taking the Patriots. Jaguars coaching or the Cowboys coaching. I'm taking the Jaguars. Seattle Seahawks coaching or the Cowboys coaching. I'm taking the Seahawks coaching all day long. Bears coaching or the Cowboys coaching. Y'all already know where I am on that. Eagles coaching or the Cowboys coaching. I'm probably taking them over them. Rams coaching or the Cowboys coaching. I'm taking the Rams coaching. 49ers coaching. What? 49ers coaching or the Cowboys coaching. I'm taking the 49ers coaching over the Cowboys every day of the week. Name me the coach that Dak Prescott has had that you feel like they could have went to the Super Bowl with. Because I don't even put Mike McCarthy in there. Mike McCarthy wasted all the best years of one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen play in our life. Aaron Rodgers is one of the best quarterbacks we've ever seen. One of the best quarterbacks we ever seen. Mike McCarthy wasted his whole career almost. Not buying it. Not buying it. I agree that you don't have to have a Dak Prescott, but when you got a Dak Prescott, doggone it, put the players around him.
Like I said to Clarence, we're going to start that on the plane, and but there's a number of issues that we need to address, and we'll do that.
You had the second quarter stretch there where they were backed up. Murray got a penalty, remained on the field. There were other times where defensive guys, linemen, Solomon Thomas came off after penalty. Other guys came off after penalty. Kenneth stayed on the field.
Yeah, the big thing is when it's a combative penalty like that, Todd, you can't see exactly like what happened and what, was it real? Like, was it him? Was it something that maybe we didn't see? So the jumping off sides and stuff like that, that's an immediate, hey, come on out. We do it in practice actually, but we didn't have a great shot of it, quite honestly, of what happened over there on their bench.
John Michaud with The Athletic. Kind of on those defensive penalties, though, late hits, hit to the head on a sliding quarterback, things like that.
I told y'all before, this Cowboys game is a microcosm of the Cowboys' entire season. I'm actually laughing they're talking about all these penalties. Cowboys been doing this all season long. They've been doing this. Penalties have nothing to do with Dak Prescott. That's why I laugh. This is the fail-safe for everybody who talks about the failure of the Cowboys. Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott has nothing to do with this team's penalties. Nothing to do with this team's coaching. Brian Schottenheimer knows this is him. I don't know where else to put the ownership of the ownership of penalties. That's the coach. Something is missing there.
How disappointing is it to still be seeing stuff like that in Week 18?
Well, again, I think, we have to look at it. I do think that the hit to the head, I do think that he slid a little bit late. That's always going to be an interpretation. They're always going to make a decision to protect quarterbacks, which I obviously understand and probably agree with. But, the biggest thing is some conversions that we gave up on third down, PI penalties and things like that. It's some technique stuff that
Larry Golden, I think you make a very good comment. I think Shotty's trying to win a popularity contest, and he's more concerned about how his players feel about him versus the actual reality of it. I agree. I agree to a degree. I think he does a great job of building relationships and things of those nature, things of that nature. But at the end of the day, all of the speeches and the relationships are great. Bro, you got to win. Bro, you got to win, man. Bro, you got to win. You got to put some game plans together to where we win, man. You know, we got to see. We got to do more, man. You know, man, I'm just telling you, man, you don't have to like people to be successful. As long as those people do what they're supposed to do. I'm not saying that you want to dislike people, but man, you don't have to like players like people think sometimes. I don't want a disruptive player. That's a whole different thing. I don't want a player that plays good on the field, but he's very disruptive. I don't want that type of player. But if you can give me a great player and, you know, it's not like everybody on the team love him, but he's not a disruptor. He comes in, he does his thing. I can have that player on my team. Let me tell you something about a coach. I don't have to like a coach to play for him. If you give me a coach that's a hard coach, yeah, let's take, for example, Brian Flores. You give me Brian Flores, for example. We already know Brian Flores is a hard coach. I don't have a problem playing for a hard coach. I would have a hard time playing for a coach who picks and chooses who he's hard with. I would have a hard time playing for a coach like that. But I wouldn't have a hard time playing for a hard coach because of his consistency and the way that I know he's going to drive everyone. I would much rather play for him because I know we're always going to be playing at a high level. But sometimes when I'm playing for a coach that everybody likes, man, he might not do things the same. You know, he might be lenient and might be Barry Switzer. Oh, man, we're not practicing good today. Everybody is off for the day. Y'all can have the day off and things of that nature. I can't play for a coach like that. And so I don't think Brian should be concerning himself with how much do people like him. How much do people like him? Texas Tech 23, he said, can't agree with you, D. Love you, but Dak is a duck. Well, I don't think the argument is whether Dak is a duck, which I don't agree with that. But this is the problem. But Dak being a duck, Dak wasn't a duck this year. This year has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. You can make any argument you want to, but this year has nothing to, this year, if anything, has nothing to do with Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is not the reason why this team did not win. That's the facts, Jack, no matter how you lay it down. You can tell me anything you want about Dak, but your argument falls short because Dak has not been the reason why they've lost this year. If anything, Dak is the reason why they should have won more games this year. Man, you got a quarterback playing like Dak Prescott right now? No.
You got to clean up, but at the end of the day, it was there was a lot of flags out there today.
And then the plan with Dak, was this it all along to pull him at half, or did it have anything to do with the way that the game was going?
No, it was kind of the plan. I mean, we weren't sure. We were going to evaluate as we went. You know, we said we wanted to, play to win the game, and certainly thought we could win the game with Joe. We felt like we could do that, but this was kind of what we had planned. And I didn't say, it had to be at halftime. It could have been before that. Could have been a little bit after that. But just, wanted to get Joe out there and see how he did.
Y'all tell me what y'all think. But after watching that game on Sunday, the Cowboys should have let Joe Milton play the whole game. The Cowboys should let Milton play the entire game. No doubt about it. Thomas Ross, let me read what Thomas Ross said. He said the defensive side of the ball had a lot of bad actors. Diggs, Parsons, and lots of money tied up there also. The draft pick will be the tail. Yeah. Like that. Mark Davis, I got to agree with you too. Flores might be a miss. Too many head coaching opportunities out there right now. Man, let me tell you something. Brian Flores is probably I'm not seeing him on a lot of lists, but Flores should be on everybody's list if they need a coach. Flores should be on everybody's list. Brandy said, why are we waiting? Brandy, what's up? Brandy said, why are we waiting to fire Flus? From what my understanding is, the Cowboys are going to take about 10 to 12 days. But watch this. I think them waiting to fire Flus is Brian Schottenheimer. I think Brian Schottenheimer, because of the kind of guy he is, Brian Schottenheimer is the guy that says, I want to do everything the right way. I think this is how Brian Schottenheimer operates. Brian Schottenheimer wants to do everything the right way. And so rather than the Cowboys waking up on Monday morning, and firing firing Matt Eberflus, Brian wants to give all of the exit interviews, and then they sit down and do whatever evaluation they're going to do. But at the end of the day, come on, let's be for real. Cowboys don't have to do no doggone evaluating. The Cowboys are going to have to move on from Matt Eberflus, because I'm not sure if Matt Eberflus has an X's and O's problem. I think Matt Eberflus needs to really dig into why is it on his last two stops, Eberflus has had people problems. Eberflus needs to really dig into this and ask, why am I having people problems? Because when you have people problems, you got to ask yourself, why are you having people problems? And one of the reasons why he was having people problems is they were getting perturbed by the fact that he was blaming them, in a sense, almost for a lot of the woes rather than some of the decisions he was making. So Matt Eberflus, he's gonna be around for a minute. Okay, Lynn, did they actually ask a question about Blue? Let's keep going.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. I don't know last year the review process, if you guys did a complete review once you were hired as the head coach. Is this the second time you'll be going through this, or is this still kind of the end of your first year putting this process together? And if it is, what does that look like for you differently?
No, it'll be different. I mean, last year you're scrambling to put together a staff, and you're starting really, you're starting to build everything. This is different. I mean, you've got, basically almost a year, almost a full 12 months under your belt to evaluate everything. And when I say everything will be evaluated, everything will be evaluated. And that's, coaches, players, personnel, situational stuff, all that stuff. And again, I think I feel great about the young men in that locker room and where we can take this thing.
And Jadeveon Clowney's performance today.
Incredible. Incredible. No one should be surprised by that. I think he had 3 sacks. I thought he was great. I thought Jaydon Blue ran extremely well. I was really proud of him, getting his first touchdown. Phil gets his first touchdown. Shamar James. We saw some young guys play, which is kind of what we wanted to do as well. And but again, going back to Jadeveon, incredible.
Are you working on a mental timeline as far as getting the big decisions made?
No. I think you just go through the process. And I think, when you go through the process, my belief is it becomes very clear, what you want to do and what you need to do. And, but, I don't think you rush into any of these decisions. I think, you got to go through the process.
See, now y'all are asking why wasn't Matt Eberflus fired on Black Monday? This is why. Uncle Charles, what's going on? This is why. Brian Schottenheimer is explaining to you why. They don't want to come out and just fire him. They want to go through and do their quote unquote evaluation, interview, all this stuff. They want to do that, and then I think they're going to fire him. I do believe Jerry understands, in the grand scheme of things, they cannot keep Matt Eberflus. I think they understand it. Dallas Ferrer said, "Gee, you preaching tonight. Dak was clearly not our problem this year. Anybody blaming Dak for this mess this year isn't a fan. They're a troll. Dallas forever. And this is why I say, when we think about this year, there's nothing you can do to change the past. There's nothing you can do to change the past. No. Dak Prescott is not the reason for this debacle this year. Dak has been great. All the pundits have been saying it. This has been great. I mean, with Dak playing the way that he's playing, I haven't heard hardly anybody who hasn't said they failed Dak Prescott this year. They've absolutely failed him.
Process, and you got to do the work. And the work is not easy. The work is tedious. And we're going to be working just as hard, over this week and the next, 10 to 12 days to get through all that stuff just so we feel good about everything.
Yeah, see, I think they're saying as far as Matt Eberflus go, for example, they don't want it to be just a knee-jerk reaction, which I don't think it would be a knee-jerk reaction to fire Matt Eberflus. I think you've seen a whole lot of what you need to see. But I do say they're just basically saying, we want to make sure we go through a certain process, and then that'll be our decision. And I do think they're going to make the decision to fire him. James Godley, appreciate that super chat. James said, for the Dak haters, Dak's numbers are better than the 13 quarterbacks that's in the playoffs right now. If that's the case, then the Cowboys should have been in the playoffs. So you can't blame Dak. That's facts. Yep. That's the argument I made earlier, James. When you look at all those quarterbacks in the playoffs right now, the only one I'd even have a conversation with is Matthew Stafford. People can argue about Matthew Stafford. Man, them other quarterbacks not even close to Dak Prescott. So if those other quarterbacks are not close to Dak Prescott, why are they in the playoffs and Dak Prescott is at home? Better GM, better coaching. See, we always stop at the quarterback level. No, I said it before, I'm going to say it again. Winning starts at the top of an organization. When I look at why those teams are in the playoffs versus the Dallas Cowboys, better GMing, better coaches, and a better team. A better team. Because again, if you look on offense, man, we got some of the best skill positions that money can buy. It's not just Dak Prescott highly paid on that offense. Man, we got CeeDee Lamb that's highly paid on that offense. We got Ty Smith that's highly paid on that offense. Jake Ferguson, highly paid on that offense. Terrence Steele, highly paid on that offense. We got some players that are about to be highly paid on that offense. The Cooper BBs and all of those guys, they're going to be highly paid. Let me read something that Derek Williams said. I love what he said here. This is why I made the point earlier, Derek. Jerry should hire the best coaches that money can buy. There's no salary cap on coaches. This is why, Jerry, when Jerry talks about the check that he wouldn't write, I think Jerry is talking more about players. But Jerry actually needs to be talking about coaches. The check that Jerry needs to write is not George Pickens. He needs to write that check, but that's not the ultimate check that Jerry needs to write. The check that Jerry needs to write is in the coaching rooms. There is nothing, and I'm going to see what the Cowboys are going to do this year. But when I think about the Cowboys right now, I'm just telling you about me. I love Schottenheimer. I'm riding until the wheels fall off, but I'll tell you this. I would have wrote the check for Ben Johnson. Bottom line. I would have wrote the check for Ben Johnson. I would have wrote that check. There is no doubt in my mind I'm writing the check for Ben Johnson. I'm going to tell you the next check I'm writing. I would have wrote the check for Robert Swap. I would have wrote the check for Saleh. I'd have wrote the check. Hey, what do you want, man? I'm writing the check. I'd have wrote the check. If I don't write the check for him, which I would have wrote the check. And I'm going to tell you right now, I've been seeing all these coaches that people are talking about out there. There are right now only a couple of coaches that I would write the check for. I don't want the ex-head coach from the Atlanta Falcons. Don't want him. There's a reason why he's not a head coach right now. I think the Cowboys need to stop getting coaches like that. I mean, he hasn't been that good himself this year. I don't want that coach. I want Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz is a nasty coach. Cleveland has been doggone good this year. They waited too late to give that job to Shedeur Sanders. If the Cleveland Browns would have started Shedeur Sanders the whole season, man, I got a strange feeling. Hold on a second. Peacemaker. Gee, I disagree. Jimmy Johnson's first year with the coach, Cowboys were horrible. I think Schottenheimer would be better in the second year. So let me agree and then I'll disagree. Let me tell you why I disagree with you on Jimmy Johnson's first year. When Jimmy Johnson took this team over, it was horrible because they didn't have the players. Brian Schottenheimer takes over his first-year coach. Brian Schottenheimer has Dak Prescott in his prime, George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Javonte Williams, Cooper Beebe, Ty Booker, Ty Smith, Cavonte Turpin, Ryan Flanoy. I mean, he got Jake Ferguson. I mean, Brevin Spanford. He's got weapons that he even refused to use. Malik Davis, Jaydon Blue, Phil Maffa, Brian Schottenheimer, loaded offensively, has gotten outcoached at least. I'm going to say now, it was 7 before this game. Now he's gotten outcoached 8 games out of the 17 games this season. He got outcoached. And then defensively, I'll give him a break because I don't believe Matt Eberflus was the right defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. But Brian Schottenheimer not even in the same conversation with Jimmy. Jimmy had to get the Herschel Walker trade to get some of the players that Brian Schottenheimer already has on offense. Jimmy would have won with this offense. This was the 1991 Cowboys for Jimmy Johnson. This wasn't the 1989 or 1990 Cowboys for Jimmy Johnson. This would have been the 1991 year. Jimmy would have ate with this team. I promise you, Jimmy would have ate with this team. Jimmy would have ate with this team. Jimmy would have had a better defense coordinator too, though. So, no, I'm not giving Shotty, man, and think about this. Hey, Peacemaker. Man, Shotty is 25 years in the game, man. This dude 25 years in the game. He didn't call plays like it this year. He didn't call plays like it this year. He just didn't. Shotty's play calling was terrible. I'm sorry. It was, you know, if he played a team that we had better personnel than, Brian Schottenheimer overpowered some of these teams because we just got better personnel. But when it came down to where other teams had personnel, man, Brian got outcoached. Got outcoached. Jimmy, I still say Jimmy does better with this. But again, you know, I think Jimmy would have had a better defense coordinator too. I do. Old School said, hey, Pastor G, he said, disappointing finish to the season. I agree. Milton should have played the whole game. Where do we sit on the draft pick now that we lost our last game? Okay, we'll get to that in a few minutes.
Tommy R, StoutsCowboys.com, you mentioned just enjoying the process in general. What is it about the process that you've learned over the years that you've grown to enjoy?
How much better you can get. You know, the amount of improvement that can be had, you know. I mean, when you're in year one, you're going through the process and you think you know what it's going to look like, and certainly things change and adjust. But, again, I'm excited because when we work as hard as we're going to find answers and we're going to find solutions and we're going to find things that gets us where we need to get going. And so, you know, that's why I believe so much in work ethic and all that, because I think you can uncover a lot of those things that you need to do. And again, there's going to be a laundry list of those things, but you got to prioritize them, and that's where I think we'll be great.
And then I know it's still a ways away, but when that process is over, what are you going to have to be looking in the mirror yourself saying or being at in terms of just having the mindset of, okay, we are headed in the right direction? What does that look like in your mind?
Yeah. Again, I think that's a thing that I'll kind of know as we get going into the off season probably, and as we start making some moves and, personnel things and stuff like that. But it's ongoing, man. I mean, if you win a Super Bowl, if you make the playoffs, you're always doing that. This is no different. Are we disappointed we didn't win today? Absolutely. But at the same time, we're going to go through the process. We're going to uncover some things, and that's a big part of what we need to do over these next 12 days.
Bobby Belt, 105 through the fan. You've talked about the midnight rule this year. When you talk about the broader scale of a season that doesn't go the way you want it to, how do you apply a version of that where you're not dwelling too much on that?
Well, the midnight rule applies for today's game, but then again, I think it goes back, Bobby, to the process, and we're going to break it down to the finest things. I mean, first quadrant, first 4 games, and we're going to do everything. The way we practice, the way, we did the draft, the way we did the offseason program, into the way we even game planned up into this game. And, there's no such thing when you get into an offseason in terms of as you're evaluating everything. There is no midnight rule. But then again, you don't have the time. Where the midnight rule originated was you got to move the hell on because you got another opponent coming in the next week in 5, 6, 7 days, whatever it is. This one, we've got some time, and we're going to roll our sleeves up and get back to work and figure it out.
Yeah. Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News. Right after the Kenneth Murray penalty, Todd mentioned it looks like you're going to sack Jackson Dart. He turns a flip pass, 30-yard touchdown to Bellinger, missed tackles. When you see a play like that, what are you thinking?
Yeah. Again, it was a bit.
And see, this becomes the argument for the argument that Matt Eberflus can make, which I wouldn't let him make this argument. But the Cowboys don't have, man, some of the Cowboys players are just not good. They're just not good. I mean, bottom line. I mean, there were missed tackles throughout that game, and Kenneth Murray was Kenneth Murray. I'm sorry, Kenneth Murray for me would have been a healthy scratch this game. Murray is a healthy scratch. I still say Murray is they paid him, they played him. Tristan York, he said Dak top 3 quarterback with 2 massive surgeries, greatness. You're right. Dak works hard, man. I agree with that. That was a great comment, Tristan. Appreciate that super chat. Brandy, I'm with you, and I'm with Nisi. I've actually seen enough of Matt Eberflus, and I don't think, and I do think this is actually, I do think this is Brian Schottenheimer trying to do things Brian Schottenheimer way. He wants to give him that exit interview, but Nisi said he should have been left in Jersey on Sunday with a bus ticket. Yeah, and I tell you this. I may let him ride home, but I tell you this, I'm telling him to clean his office out when he gets home. And I do think this is the wrong way. I'm just saying this is me. I'd have fired him already. This is what this team needs to start doing better. Rip the Band-Aid off. It's over, bro. Over. There's no point in no exit interview. It's over. It's over. We don't need an exit interview. It's over. It's over. Hey, man, it just didn't work out this year, and we're just going to go in a different direction next year. You and your crew fired. The Cowboys don't need to just fire Flus. They need to cut the whole crew they brought in with Flus. And I think this is another issue that Jerry is having. Jerry even said on 105.3 The Fan, he brought in Matt Eberflus's coaching staff for Matt Eberflus's continuity. He brought that in for Matt Eberflus's continuity, and that still didn't work. So if that didn't work, Jerry doesn't need to just fire Eberflus. He needs to fire everybody he brought in with him. Bottom line. Ozzy said Jerry doesn't want to pay coaches sitting on the sofa. That's why Eberflus might not leave, and I hope that doesn't be the case. Rod Curry said, that's right, G. Winning starts with the front office. Jerry won't pay coaches big money. And Rod Curry. And this is my beef. Okay, bro, I understand that you're the GM and you won't fire yourself. Well, don't fire yourself. Just get the best coaches you can get so you can win. That's what you do. If you're not going to get the GM, bro, get the best coaches that money can buy. Get the best coaches. Yeah, I see y'all talking about the coaches, man. I'm telling you, if I'm the Cowboys, it's Jim Schwartz for me. I'd like to see Cowboys try to make a run at Jim Schwartz, but I do think it's going to be hard. I do think it's going to be hard to get Brian Flores in here. Brian Flores may begin to pick up steam because he won. I think he won his last 3 games. Cowboys, Detroit, and I'm probably missing a team in there. But Cowboys, Detroit, Green Bay, Flores put hands on those 3 teams. Absolute hands. Man, I'm telling you right now, if their offense was better, boy, I'd hate to see them in the playoffs. Old school. Appreciate that $5 super chat. He said, I agree with you, G. Jerry needs to make those hard decisions and write those checks for this upcoming season, or we will see the same result next year. Facts. And Matt Eberflus and his crew has to be one of them. Don't just get rid of Flus. And I think they understand this. At least I hope they do. You can't just get rid of Eberflus. You also got to fire the continuity that he brought in. You got to fire the continuity. Stop going for continuity. Go for a jolt. Go for something that boosts this team rather than something that makes the team feel comfortable. Because that's what continuity is. Man, you got to do something different. You got to do something different, man. Yeah, Jeremy Betts, Jimmy was building from the ground up, no doubt. Shotty got weapons on offense and has talent, and yet outcoached by Ben Johnson and his playoff contending team. Yeah. And I would dare say Matt Eberflus had talent. Man, I'm telling you now, go talk to I guarantee you, if you would talk to another DC, okay, man, we're going to trade Micah. We're going to give you Kenny, Quinnen, draft Ezra Raku, bring in Jadeveon Clowney, James Houston. Even when you think about Dante Fowler, when you think about some of the pieces the Cowboys have on that defensive line, I just think another defensive coordinator would have did way better. I think they would have did way better. Now, on the back end, I think they would have struggled. I think that's where they would have struggled is on the back end because our back end was pretty bad. But I say with another DC, maybe the Cowboys could have mustered up another couple of wins. Queen says, look at Arthur Blank is doing after letting go of his coaches. Blank hired a firm to help his search for a coach and manager, and that's how bad he wants the playoffs and Super Bowl. Queen, guess who else is doing this? Guess who else is doing this? Nobody finds it strange that the Miami Dolphins are asking Troy Aikman to come sit in on their GM hires? See, Queen, I think one of the things that teams are starting to realize, putting together a winning team is not like it used to be. You need to really have a lot of eyes and ears out there to put together these winning teams. You really do. You really do, because sometimes you got to be careful doing the same thing over and over again, and then you keep expecting a different result. You know, the definition of insanity. So sometimes, man, this is why I say, Jerry, if I could be Jerry's spiritual advisor, I wish he'd hired me to be the chaplain for the team. Because I'm telling you now, I'm talking some football if he hired me to be the chaplain. Shoot. I don't know about anybody else. Shoot, I'll be up in there, man. Hey, could you pray for the team, G? Yeah, I'm praying for the team. Yeah, I got you. Dear Lord, please give Jerry the ability. God, please change Jerry's mind. Please have him to do things differently. Bring in another defense coordinator. I'd be, man, boy, they had to give. I probably wouldn't last long. Because my prayers would consist of things that Jerry needs to do better. Dear Lord, please don't let Kenneth Murray start this week at the middle linebacker position. I'm just telling you. I'm just telling you. They could have me, man. They could have me as their spiritual advisor because I got to get some football in too, man. Because I'm just telling you, man, they have got to. Jerry's got to stop the continuity, bro. You need a jolt, man. Nisa said, "Gee, when did the tour? When I did the tour, they let us go in the press room, and where Shotty is sitting, it's like being on a hot seat. That stage is not that big. Yeah. Well, I tell you this. Angie. I don't want to be here next year because I don't think Jerry's gonna have the patience that he had in times past. You said it looked like a hot seat. It's gonna be a hot seat, and I'm telling you now, the hot seat for Brian Schottenheimer is gonna start mid-season next season. It's gonna start mid-season. Chanel said Dak sacked in 2016 through 28. Oh, Dak Prescott sacked in 2016 28 times. 2017 39 times. 2018 45 times. 2019 through 31. Oh, 2019 31 times. 2021 30 times. 2022 31 times. 2023 39 times. 2024 21 times in 8 games. That was crazy. 2025 31 times. This has been Dak's life with his O-lines. Yeah. Chanel, and a lot of people don't give Dak Prescott credit. Dak Prescott has actually made those teams look better than what they were. Even this year, when you think about the amount of sacks that they have, they only have those amount of sacks because of Dak Prescott's ability to get away. Because if Dak Prescott didn't have the ability to get away, it'd be worse. Kevin Edwards said, remember the Cowboys' first 4 games in 2023, how bad the offense looks. That was shoddy. Now, Kevin Edwards, I made this point. Watch this, Kevin. I've already made this point. But see, it's different when you're calling the plays versus you're sitting back watching the plays. When you're watching the plays, you have a better view of everything that's going on. You have a better view. And not only that, but you can actually, you're not per se coming up with the game plan. You may be implementing, but you're not coming up with. So while your coach is figuring up the game plan that he's going to come up with, you could be looking all over everywhere saying, what's working out there? What's working? Hey, you know what? I was looking at this. How about do this? I was looking at this. How about do this? That's why I say maybe Brian would be better as a field general coach. Someone who can look at both sides of the ball and see little things that he could kind of help the offensive coordinator or the defense coordinator tweak and say, hey, maybe we should do this or do that. And so I made that same point. The wrinkles they put in 2023, that was Brian Schottenheimer. I just don't understand why he didn't do it for himself this year. Nisi said, gee, you pray like that, it will be breaking news. Jerry found the pastor instead of the DC. Man, I'm telling you, Nisi, I would have to be, man, I'd be finding ways to get it in. I'd be finding ways to say stuff. Darren Posey, my man, what's going on? Appreciate that $10 super chat. Darren Posey said, gee, the elephant in the room that no one talks about is that if these 2 tackle positions aren't addressed, the team will struggle regardless. The defense needs an overhaul and also special teams. Posey, I've been talking about this. I know you want to win the Super Bowl by your tackles, not just your defensive tackles. The Cowboys have answered that issue, but what they have not answered is their defensive tackle issue. Now, y'all don't find it to be strange? All of a sudden, Ty Smith is talking about that left tackle position and where is he going to be? So, Queen said also, gee, Blank called Matt Ryan as well as a consultant. I guess something like Tony Romo. Queen. It's hard out there. Talent evaluation, but not just talent evaluation. Coaching talent evaluation. And I think Jerry sometimes just says, oh, ex-head coach, automatic, automatic coach on my team. I don't want no more defensive coordinators just because they've been an ex-head coach. Just like the guy from Atlanta. I do not want him. I do not want the coach from Atlanta. No. Do not want him as the coach for the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys. I want somebody who I know that can stand up to anything that Jerry and Brian throws at him. I think Brian Flores, I think Jim Schwartz. Those are the type of coaches that you need in this organization. Justin, no, I don't want Pete Carroll either. He said Chotty needs to bring in Pete Carroll to help on offense and defense. Either one, just some help. No, I don't want Pete Carroll either. He about to be fired with the Raiders if he hasn't already been. Kevin said, please stop bringing up Pete Carroll. All he's going to do is chew gum. Yeah, I don't want him. But yeah, Darren Posey, I appreciate that super chat. Yeah, the Cowboys got a tackle situation. And so I do think some people didn't agree with this, but I think the Cowboys, I think they're going to consider Ty Smith at left tackle. I do. And when I found out Darren Posey, they already had it wrote into his contract, I said, oh, there it is. The Cowboys, when they did the contract, obviously were already thinking about that possibility. I wouldn't be surprised Terrence Steele, cap casualty, move Tyler Guyton over to right tackle. I think he'll do better. Left tackle ain't for everybody, man.
Big play in the game, for sure. I think just got to find a way to get the guy on the ground. Is really good pass rush, and he kind of broke off. And I think, one of our players actually picked another guy trying to make the tackle. But it's football. And, again, big play in the game. But unfortunately, there was more opportunities than that to go and win the game. But, unfortunately, those are the plays that when you're winning, you make those plays, Tim. And we didn't make those plays, and that's why we came up short.
You haven't said much about the record this year because there's always been another game. Now that there's not, from 7-10 to 7-9-1, are you surprised there's not more of a bottom line improvement?
Yeah, I'm disappointed. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. And, again, the question is why? We need to look at and figure out why. Did not think that we would be 7-9-1. I didn't think that we wouldn't be in the playoffs, actually.
Miss Matrix. You know what? Let's let Brian Schottenheimer finish. Miss Matrix, I'm coming back to this comment because this is the thing that I was wondering today. I don't know if y'all are seeing Miss Matrix comment. I'm coming back to it, but I want to finish up Brian Schottenheimer. Got to come back to this.
Expected to be in the playoffs and competing for Super Bowl. We did not do that. That starts with me. And I understand that, but I can promise you this. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to work our asses off to figure it out, and we're going to adjust and make changes that we need to do to help us get there.
Okay. Everett Merrill, AP. Brian, what were some of the issues that you were concerned about on the defense today? And were they kind of
I'm going to come back to your comment, Derek Williams.
Yeah, again, I think, we did get some sacks. I think we got him 4 sacks in the game. Clowney, again, was incredible. And he's an athletic guy. Jackson moves around and makes plays. And I do think third down was an issue again today for us.
Man, let me tell y'all something. Jadeveon Clowney with a full season, a full off season, man, Clowney may be crazy with a full off season.
Got to get off the field on third down. And unfortunately, we didn't do that. We weren't very good on offense with third down either. But those were probably the two things that, kind of jumped out at me was, just, again, not getting off the field on third down. And, we gave up a couple explosives in the run game.
Is that kind of consistent with the season, too, the third down?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, for sure. And, again, I think the last couple weeks we've been better in the red zone on defense, but third down's been kind of a little bit of our Achilles heel. And, those are big plays because there's momentum and you get a chance to give the ball back to your offense and hopefully you can, swing momentum. And when you don't get those are hard.
You've been an assistant coach before, so you understand the stresses, making sure, hey, I'm coming back next year with my family. How soon do you want to get your staff set up for next year?
Good point, Michael Winston.
Exit interviews with the players all day tomorrow.
I think Jerry built such a great stadium, Michael Winston, that not only do the Cowboys love playing there, other teams like playing there too. I mean, Cowboys Stadium was one of the first original ones to be one of those ones that was really one of these state-of-the-art new stadiums. Man, Michael Winston, just think people love playing there. Michael said Texas Stadium, when the Cowboys demolished Texas Stadium in 2010, he said he thinks the winning spirit went along with it. He said because currently in AT&T Stadium, Cowboys haven't been looking good with coaches and players. Michael, I just think that Texas Stadium is a place that everybody likes to play. I mean, it's like the big stage. I mean, everybody likes to play there. It's crazy. Man, people love playing in Texas Stadium, man. You got players, a lot of players that go to other teams, they're from Texas, and they're used to playing in Texas Stadium. Man, you think like people like Patrick Mahomes. I mean, he's used to playing in Texas Stadium. So you get a lot of these players from around the league that are from this Dallas area. They're used to playing at Texas Stadium. Texas Stadium is just one of those places, man. You know, like you say, it's not like the old stadium. This new stadium, Jerry has literally made it into like a stage for, it's a big stage for just not the Cowboys, but other events to come here too. It's crazy.
All day Tuesday, I think, again, that's so important. These guys work their asses off all year, and they've got great insight and great input for us, and there's nothing out of bounds. I mean, they can say, hey, you are the worst head coach I've ever seen in my life, I've ever been around, and that's not going to hurt my feelings. It's not. I want to know. I'm going to ask why. If they feel that way, I'm going to ask why so I can fix it. And then get Wednesday and Thursday, we'll get into the, coaches' exit interviews, same type thing. Ask them, their opinion. I think there's so much incredible value in listening to your people. So
the Cowboys sounds like they're going to go through the process. That's why I say I think this is Brian Schottenheimer. I think they want to go through a process, and then they're going to let go of Matt Eberflus.
Got thoughts, right? Jerry has thoughts. We all have thoughts. You guys have thoughts. But, you have a chance now to slow down, take a deep breath, and ask probing questions to get to the bottom, to get to what I would say the real answers are. And then once I say you have that laundry list of things, you got to prioritize those things.
You get a higher draft pick with this loss. Is any positivity in that at all? Or you
No,
too early to think
not
about
for
that?
me. No, I wanted to win the game.
I don't know how, this is going to be pretty blunt, but what's the case that Matt Eberflus should be back in 20? I mean, he allowed the most points in team history, team score.
These are the craziest questions to me you could ask, man. Do we really think that Matt Eberflus is going to make the case for firing Matt Eberflus or bringing Matt Eberflus back? Come on, man. Come on, you can't get this dude to do this. Nisa, you make two great comments here. I like the fact that you're saying put the best players on the field and overhaul the secondary. Great point. Angel Eyes says that 42 will put in work next year. I think he will too. Also, you said, Shotty, you have to stop being scary calling plays. I agree. Chanel said another experienced veteran who could provide solid, cost-effective blocking if he reaches free agency is Jonah Williams. While listed as a right tackle on some lists, his versatility and experience could see him transition to be a key offensive line target. Could see that. Yep, could absolutely see that. Justin Bradley, he said, why move an all-pro guard to tackle? Because he can also be an all-pro left tackle, and left tackles are harder to find than left guards. Justin, you can find left guards. They're nowhere near as hard to find as left tackles. Left tackle is a key cog in the machine. That is the protection of the quarterback's blind side. You have got to have a great left tackle. Left guard, you can find a left guard. You can find a good enough left guard. Good or great. You can find you a left guard. It's easier to find a left guard than a left tackle. 70s Fan Show said, G, you said it a while back, Shotty wasn't ready for this. 70s Fan, I'm telling you, and the reason why I say stuff like this is Cowboys isn't like coaching any other team. Cowboys isn't like coaching another team. I mean, you really got to be a different type of coach to coach this team. Kevin said, G, who was the DC that punched the OC? I ain't seen that. He said they didn't beat around the bush in them days, yeah. Marquez, there's not a defensive coordinator in the league that'll agree with you on that, Marquez. If you listen to every coach that talks about Dak Prescott, they all tell you the same thing. Man, Dak Prescott mind game is incredible, bro. Aaron Rodgers will tell you that. Peyton Manning will tell you that. A lot of quarterbacks will tell you, if there is a quarterback out there that has a great mind, it's Dak Prescott. And so the reason why, you got to think about, they devise entire defensive schemes to stop Dak Prescott because they know how good he processes information. I don't know where you get that from. But most people will tell you, no, Dak Prescott actually processes information incredible. There's a reason why leading the league tight window throws. You think that's not processing information? One of the best quarterbacks in history against the blitz. You want to know why teams don't blitz Dak Prescott? Dak Prescott is one of the quarterbacks that they said rush 4, drop 7. Because if you blitz Dak Prescott, he'll destroy you. Now, I don't know where you get that from because nobody's going to agree with you on that.
On every other possession against you.
And again, boy, let me give you this stat here. This is one of the coldest stats Chanel done brought to the channel right here. I love this stat Chanel brought. This is one of the coldest stats Chanel bought. Chanel says Dak is one of the few quarterbacks that has never worn a play sheet on his wrist, even in his 2016 rookie season. Yeah, man. Boy, that's a cold stat right there, Chanel. See, Chanel, that's the little stuff that nobody pays attention to. That's the little stuff that nobody pays attention to. Brian Schottenheimer said he doesn't even have to give Dak Prescott the entire play, and Dak Prescott knows the play. Dak knows what everybody is supposed to be. Man, I even heard a guy say that if you want to show a quarterback in college or high school how to play quarterback, he said, put on Dak Prescott's tape. Man, no, I'm not buying that. I don't know where Marquez get Dak Prescott don't process information, man. Dak Prescott's incredible at processing information. The issue is, if you pay attention to what defenses do, they try to throw a lot at Dak Prescott because they know how great he is at processing information. You got to throw a lot of different things at him. Calvin Rich, appreciate that super chat. He said, does not make sense to invest so much in Dak and not protect his blind side with an elite player. Exactly. That's why, again, when they first talked to Ty Smith, now it's coming out, they already had it figured into Ty Smith's contract.
During the course of the season, what's the case for him to come back?
Yeah, again, the case is going to be the case that's made when we look at all the stats, we talk through the issues, we get through the exit interviews with the players, and
there is no case.
Many times, Flus is a really good defensive coach, and but we're going to go through the process, and that's with everybody, starting with myself and to Clayton and to Nick and to Flus and the players, and you take this time that you have now. We have time. And the players understand that, we're going to have these meetings and there's going to be a lot of, real hard conversations in a good way. We try to give them feedback and they give us feedback. That's important. But, at the end of the day, until we get all that information, we can't prioritize what we need to fix and more importantly, how we're going to fix it.
All righty. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Happy.
It's kind of funny to me. When people be talking about what do the Cowboys, Brian's up here talking about what the Cowboys need to do. Man, the Cowboys could talk to the fans and know what they need to do, bruh. Come on, man. Man, the Cowboys talking about, yeah, we need to figure out, man, the stuff y'all need to do is so easy. The problem is the Cowboys make the easy stuff hard. Bro, go out there and pay some money and bring in you a coach. Bro, it's that simple. Come on, man. That's simple. It's that simple, man. I mean, I don't understand why they try to make this stuff so hard. Stop it. It's not that hard. It's not that hard, man. You just got to be real with yourself. Look at your players on defense, man. They're not good enough. This is a part of it, man. But, you know, people got to understand this is actually a part of it. Man, the Cowboys don't. For as much as I don't think Matt Eberflus needs to come back, man, the players just weren't good enough either. We got to get rid of all these old Dan Quinn-centric players. I'm glad Diggs is gone. Michael Parsons, for what you got for Michael Parsons and what you don't have to deal with any longer with all of the baggage that came with him, I'm good to go. I don't regret the Cowboys trading Michael Parsons. Kenny Clark and Quinnen Williams are going to pay dividends for the Cowboys. But at the linebacker position, the Cowboys have not addressed that position good enough ever since Van Der Esch left. The Cowboys have not addressed that particular issue good enough. Their secondary, I'm glad Diggs is gone. That was some Dan Quinn leftover stuff. DeRon Bland, wasn't as upset for the Cowboys signing him, but I'm still struggling with the fact that the Cowboys signed him and he was already having an injury issue. I would have let him play out the season. The Cowboys, if they wanted to bring him back, they could have bought him back for slot cornerback money probably. And if another team was willing to pay DeRon Bland big money, I'm just being honest, if another team was willing to pay DeRon Bland big money, then let that team play DeRon Bland big money. But I'm not paying DeRon Bland big money, and I know he already having foot issues. I've said it before, I say it again. You start getting these skill position players, cornerbacks, wide receivers, running backs, any defensive backs. You start getting them having these ankle, foot, knee injuries. Bro, don't pay big money for those players. They're probably not going to pan out. I wouldn't have probably signed DeRon Bland. I'd have made him wait. I'll be honest with y'all. I would have made Jake Ferguson wait. If I'm the Cowboys, I wouldn't have paid Jake Ferguson. I don't think Jake Ferguson is a dynamic enough tight end. I don't think he's dynamic enough. The Cowboys need a dynamic tight end. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Appreciate you, Miss Matrix. I was just about to go back and look at that. Appreciate you. Let me go back. Let me address these two questions that y'all answered. But again, some of these Cowboys fixes, they are so simple and they're making them hard. Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. Man, I'm sorry. I'm making no excuses for those guys. Man, we've been talking about these safeties being mediocre for years. I don't know why the Cowboys continue with this Donovan Wilson, Malik Hooker thing. Man, let them dudes go. Trade them or let them go. Let both of them go. I don't care. Let them go or trade them. The Cowboys need to revamp their safeties. They need to bring in more defensive backs. And they need to bring in a true Mike linebacker. Cowboys need to stop playing, man. All right, Derek Williams asked, he said, G, do you think Jerry would ever hire a black head coach? Yes. Yes, I do think Jerry would hire a black head coach. I do. I don't think Jerry hiring head coaches is as much a race issue as a continuity issue. If you look at a lot of the coaches that Jerry has hired since Jimmy, I want y'all to notice something that Jerry has almost refused to do since Jimmy Johnson. He doesn't want to bring in that coach any longer that makes him uncomfortable. Jerry is always looking for that coach that makes him comfortable. We call them yes men. But he wants those coaches that make him feel comfortable. And so I don't think it's necessarily a black thing with Jerry. I think it's a continuity and a comfortability thing. But I do think he would hire a black coach. It would just be a matter of who it is. Because let me give you a prime example. Let's say Dak Prescott has been out of football for about 5 years. But by that time, Jerry, I'm not the controller of life and death. But if Dak Prescott is out of football for 5 years, man, Jerry might not even be alive by that time. Just being real. But I say after Jerry, and let's just say Jerry was alive 5 years from now, and Dak Prescott wanted to be the head coach of the Cowboys. Seriously think he'd consider it. Seriously think he would consider it, because Dak Prescott would bring a level of continuity and comfortability for Jerry Jones. Miss Matrix, I love this question right here. What do these coaching interviews consist of? How are these the same handful of guys recycled every year? Just like the players, haven't we seen what they can do? Miss Matrix, this is a question to me that applies to the whole NFL. Y'all got to make this make sense to me. Kevin Stefanski gets fired from the Cleveland Browns. And I have seen him in every list as in potential coaching candidates for the NFL. Make this make sense. Kevin Stefanski, I'm sorry, he couldn't coach. Nobody in this league should want Kevin Stefanski. What this dude did to Shedeur Sanders, nobody should want Kevin Stefanski. I do not understand it. And I do think when you start talking about the Joneses, Miss Matrix, this is one of the problems with the Joneses. I actually think they start looking at things like, how do we like them? How will they fit? I think they start looking at those things before they even start looking at the X's and O's. I really do. I don't think they're looking at what they should really be looking at. For example, defense coordinator. I don't care if I like him. I don't care if he's played for the Cowboys. I don't care if he has no association with with anything Cowboys. All I want to look at is, what has he looked like over the last few years? What teams has he actually stopped? I want to know how does the players respond to him everywhere he's been? I want to know coaching questions. Cowboys seem to be looking at comfortability and continuity. Man, I'm not caring about no continuity. Sometimes you need to shake things up. Sometimes you need to do some things that you don't normally do, if those things will contribute to the team winning. Doesn't make sense. All right, let me read some more comments here. Richard Batiste, what's going on? He said, gee, they play that buddy-buddy thing when it comes to these retread coaches. They all do it. Nobody should be considering Kevin Stefanski. Nobody. And he's on a lot of lists. Don't understand it. Angel said, I say that as a CD supporter, not a hater. Pay that man. Who are we talking about? Pickens? Chanel said, gee, he did not like Shedeur. Didn't. He did not want the owner to draft him. Didn't. Stefanski wanted Gabriel. And I find it to be strange. You know what's so powerful, Chanel? They fired him and kept the GM that actually hired Shedeur Sanders. I'm going to talk about that on the G Sports Nation here tonight or either tomorrow. And I do think that GM is going to go out there and get a GM that is actually going to, get a coach that doesn't mind coaching Shedeur Sanders. And they're going to start trying to build a team, I believe, around Shedeur Sanders. That's what I would do if I were the Cleveland Browns. I think Shedeur Sanders is the answer for the Cleveland Browns. Yeah, Alfonso, he said Stefanski is used by the devil to hinder Shedeur's progress. I don't know if it's the devil. I think it's Stefanski. Hey, Alfonso, sometimes we be blaming the devil for stuff he's not even doing. The devil not even doing it, man. Text, stop it, man. He said the Joneses are white trash. They ain't white trash, man. They are not white trash. I think the issue is, Tex, is that I'm going to tell you the real thing about the Joneses. They want to prove. Jerry is always trying to prove. He's been doing the same thing since Jimmy was here. Jerry wants to prove he has football acumen. I've been listening to Jerry Jones' last 2 press conferences, and he said a couple of things that has stood out to me that lets me know he's still the same Jerry Jones from the perspective of he wants to prove that he's a football guy. Jerry said that when someone scores a touchdown, everybody on the team, from the coaches, the players, to the front office, should say, we did that because we all played a part in it. And Jerry even said, to the degree, he said something to the effect of this, that, and the other, and I'm the head, I'm the ringleader of it. Jerry is always trying to prove he got football knowledge. Nope, Jerry, leave it to the people who know football. If I were Jerry, the best thing he ever did was hire Jimmy Johnson. If I were Jerry, if I'm going to be the GM, well, I'm going to surround myself with people who are smarter than me. That's what I'm doing if I'm Jerry Jones. And I think this is a place where Jerry has failed. Jerry doesn't surround himself with people who are smarter than him. Just doesn't make sense. All right, let's see if we can change gears here. Okay, the Dak Prescott conversation. Let's check out some of his conversation. I might not listen to all of it. Let's check out Dak Prescott.
Obviously, this is not the end result we want, not so much today, but overall. How can you sum up your season overall?
Tough season. Frustrating in the sense, I think I've alliterated this before. One of the first seasons, if not the first, of my career, right? I can't directly correlate my play to the wins, the loss, or the.
This is the most powerful statement that Dak Prescott makes towards this entire season. When you think about Dak Prescott, typically things sometimes kind of end with Dak Prescott, But Dak is saying something in this instance. Dak is saying that this is the most baffling season he's seen. Because with him being a top 3 quarterback, his play is not translating to what they are right now. Because you think if you have a top 3 quarterback, you ought to have a top 10 team. They don't have a top 10 team. And so Dak is already on that trail of finally saying, not me, I'm not the issue, but there are some things going on around me that is the issue.
End of the season, or overall success of the season. So that makes it frustrating. One of the best offenses in the league, explosive. Now, sure, not always to our standard. Didn't play like that every week in and week out. But put up a lot of points. Unfortunately, right, just didn't win all the games that we should have, and didn't finish out some of those one-score close games on our end, and ultimately leads us to a 8-9-1 record. It sucks, but it's the reality. A lot of good in this season, but unfortunately, it's not, as you said, right? It's not the destination. It's not the end goal. It's not where we want it to be. But thankful for the experience, thankful for the men in the locker room who gave it their all, the coaches, each and every week. I don't think effort or lack of focus or intensity was ever our problem. So appreciate everyone, giving it their all and leaving it all out there.
Yeah, see, Dak is saying something. This isn't translating this year. In my career, there have been times where I've contributed to us either the winning record or the losing record. But he's saying this year, this isn't making sense. All these weapons, all these points, and he's saying 8-9-1, but if I'm not mistaken, it's 7-9-1. Because you're playing what, 17? I thought we were playing 17 games. So the Cowboys are 7-9-1. Yes, 7-9-1. Let me read the super chat real quick. Carrie Boyd. Kerry says Shotty sounds broken in his interview. Yep. The last coaches who won multiple championships with this team, Landry, Jimmy Johnson, were hard-nosed coaches. That's what we need. Yeah. And you know what's funny, Kerry? That seems to be, to me, what Jerry shies away from. Jerry seems to shy away from the hard-nosed coaches. Because I think Jerry even tamed Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells was a hard-nosed coach. And Jerry seemed to, Jerry broke Parcells to me. Jerry broke and tamed Parcells. And I think the way Jerry broke and tamed Parcells is, one, paying Parcells, two, but then not allowing him to choose a lot of the personnel, as in buying the groceries. Jerry tamed Parcells. Parcells wasn't the same after Jerry. I'm sorry. He wasn't the same after Jerry. And see, Brian Flores is a hard coach, and I think that's what the Cowboys need. I think Brian tries to be a hard coach, and I think Brian is not a hard coach, but I think he tried to play the tough guy role. Brian to me has got on the tough guy. He's got on the tough guy kit. Okay, tough guy kit. Okay. Says all the right things and takes accountability. Check. Curses when he talks to the players, dropping F-bombs. Check. Yeah, we're gonna competition every day. Has all the nice slogans. Check. It's like he's got the tough guy. Like he went somewhere and bought the hard-nosed tough guy coach kit. When in reality, even though it could be him, it could be a combination of Jerry won't let him be the tough guy, same way he kind of tamed Parcells. Or maybe this isn't in Brian Schottenheimer's nature to really be that tough guy. But nevertheless, sometimes I think he tries to come across like that. But I don't think that's quite him. But at the same time, had he been that, I don't know if Jerry hires him. Because I still say Jerry shies away from those hard-nosed coaches. I think they need to start back gravitating towards the Jimmy Johnsons of the world. Yeah, that has that asthma attack field.
Jerry and others in the front office, how much will you talk to them about the plan going forward?
As it comes up, be blunt, there's going to be conversations. I'm sure they're going to reach out, and there's going to be other topics where I go to them first, right? And so there'll be a lot of communication, and I know I heard Shotty just said at the end of it, this is the time, now that we have the time for that, right? You not only do your evaluations, but from there, you decide how you're going to move forward and what pieces change and what pieces stay the same and what team you're going to put together for next year.
Clarence Hill, Dallas Cowboys. Offensively today, did you know you were going to come out at halftime, or what was the process with that, your thought process on that, and did that affect your offense at all? Because you guys weren't as productive normally as you were in the first half.
I didn't necessarily know when I was coming out. So for me, it was just play the game to win, and gave it my best when I was in there.
I still say after watching that game, it was a mistake. Hindsight is 20/20. Because I said I was torn by Dak playing the last two games. But by the last game, I was kind of like, I'm kind of torn now. I was more leaning towards maybe Dak should sit down. But now really looking back on this game, Dak Prescott shouldn't even suited up. Will Greer should have been the backup, and Joe Milton should have played the whole game. No doubt about it. I just wouldn't have had anybody playing. Just kind of a waste of time on that one. Alfonso said Jerry was wrong getting rid of Parcells. I thought Parcells stepped away. That's why I say I think Jerry broke Parcells. I thought he stepped away, but correct me if I'm wrong. Jaden Justin said it doesn't make sense, G. Every other team with comparable points scored are in the playoffs. Doesn't make sense. The Jets have given up less points than the Cowboys. The Jets. Yeah. Don't make sense. Bad defense. But again, Jaden, I'm just telling us the world Jerry was living in. It was the same world I bought up. Jerry is basically saying that I knew the defense wasn't going to be as good, but I thought the offense was going to be even better because Jerry has said as much. I'm just telling us. Jerry said he thought the offense was going to be better. Jerry literally expected the Cowboys to go out there and do exactly what I said. Score 35 points a game, sometimes 40, and get in the playoffs. Get this team with a lead and hope that you could maybe get 1 or 2 stops and win. And that didn't happen. The Cowboys ran into some and I'm going to say it, about 8 times this year, Schottenheimer got out-coached to the point that they needed that defense. Schotty got out-coached, man. They needed that defense. And didn't happen. Didn't happen. I mean, you're talking about they let the Arizona Cardinals beat them at home. Well, Arizona only scored 27. We didn't score a touchdown on offense until the 4th quarter. I mean, that's bad too. I mean, you know, when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, the Cowboys, there are about 3 times this season I do believe the Cowboys should have won, and there's no excuse. I keep going back to the Arizona game. The Cowboys should have won the Carolina Panther game. I go to the Carolina Panthers, I go to Arizona, and I still say the Cowboys, take your pick, shoulda and coulda beat the Detroit Lions or the Minnesota Vikings. More so now, after looking back in hindsight, more so they probably could have beat the Detroit Lions.
Obviously, convert on that 4th down try right there in the red zone, which would have led to points, and I feel like made a huge difference in this game. We settled, or actually we didn't settle for 3, right? We had a turnover on downs, and they went down and scored immediately, and so that sucks. But yeah, I mean that the plan for me coming out wasn't necessarily defined. So yeah.
How tired are you having this bad taste in your mouth in the season, using it as motivation? I mean, ended like
it's frustrating. Tired of it. I've got to deal with it. Yeah, sure, tired, right? But it's up to me to control, and that's why I say this year was as frustrating as anything. Is right. There's been a number of times being up here talking to you guys and right saying I need to fix this, I need to get better at this, and to have a season where it wasn't on my play, or I can't say I should have fixed that or I should have fixed that. I mean, I take accountability. Don't get me wrong, in so many ways, and the leader I am, I'm frustrated, always trying to figure out what could I've done better. If there was, whether it was conversations here or talking to this guy there or whatever it may be. I do still put some of it, on myself. But unfortunately, we just didn't get it done. And yeah, I'm tired and sick of it, but it won't change the way that I approach this offseason, the way that I lead, and me just giving this game everything that I've got to try to change it.
Dak, Todd Archer with ESPN. When do your thoughts turn to next season?
Now, yeah. 5 minutes ago.
I didn't know if you want to get away or, reboot or anything like that, or.
I mean, this game is who I am. Don't get me wrong. Like this game, the happiness, the peace, the joy. I'm as disappointed as thing. It's ending. Like as much as I put into this game, yeah. I mean, much as you put into your teammates and into the culture, it just sucks when it ends, and in whatever form and fashion. There's only one team that's ever happy at the end of the season, and so, yeah. I mean, I've turned the page. Turning the page now. Honestly, my thoughts are I literally said I may take a week off of not, weighing myself and who cares what I eat and just doing that. But it won't be too long after that before we're completely back dialed in. And I know I said I felt like this season was success for me individually because of the process that I took with the injury and how early I started my off season. So just going into this one, we'll be intentional a lot earlier and focus on next year.
This is where I keep telling people. This is where Dak Prescott is going to surpass Tony Romo. I keep saying people do not understand how good of an athlete Tony Romo was naturally. Dak Prescott had to work toward being how great of a quarterback he is now. Tony Romo, things came so naturally to Tony. He's just a great athlete. Throwing the ball, natural. Scrambling, natural. Running, natural. Basketball, natural. Golf, natural. But the difference between Tony and Dak, because Dak worked so hard to get to it, Dak bounces back from injuries better. Dak comes back stronger from injuries. Dak just does so many things better than Tony, better leader, just a whole lot of things he does so good. Tony didn't work hard at football. He just didn't. People do not understand this about Tony Romo. I'm not telling you he didn't go to training camp, because he did. But Tony didn't work hard at football. He did not eat, breathe, and sleep football like Dak Prescott does. Man, Tony Romo, season over with, I'm off to play golf. I'm trying to make the PGA tournament. And I do think that's one of the reasons why Tony Romo's body was so brittle. Man, Tony was brittle, man. Dak has had some cataclysmic injuries. Tony was brittle because Tony didn't put the time in. This is where Dak is going to surpass Tony. If Dak can stay healthy, which I believe he can, Dak can play for another 5 years. And I'm telling you, Dak Prescott haters right now, man, y'all better stop, because some people have been, I heard Mike Fisher saying Cowboys can get for Bubba to Dak Prescott in 2 years. I don't think that's the Cowboys' intentions. I really don't. I don't think that's the Cowboys' intentions. I think the Cowboys' intentions are for Dak Prescott to get a Super Bowl here and for Dak Prescott to retire a doggone Dallas Cowboy. I don't think the intentions are for Dak Prescott to go play for another team in another 2 years and pass the mantle on to Joe Milton. I don't think that's the plan. I really don't. I don't think that's the plan. I believe the plan is for Dak Prescott to retire as a Dallas Cowboy. And I think Jerry is going to try to make it his business to get Dak Prescott a Super Bowl. So I'm just telling this, man, for all the Dak Prescott haters, I'm just telling you. Now, Dak different. Dak is going to come back better. Dak eats, breathes, and sleeps football. This is this man's life right now. Dak Prescott is dedicating his life to this game. I still say, as long as Dak Prescott is healthy, man, y'all better get ready. I think Dak may be here. I really do. And I'll tell you this. If Dak Prescott gets the Cowboys a Super Bowl, I think they'll let Dak do whatever he wants to do. I really do. I think they'll let him do what he wants to do. And I do say Dak, at least what I hope Dak does next. I hope Dak, if he's still playing at a high level in the next 3 years, and as that contract comes up, I would want Dak Prescott to start saying, okay, I'm going to retire a Cowboy. I'm going to take less money. I'm not going to keep trying to get the highest paid quarterback money. Now I'm going to really start taking less money because I really need y'all to put more players around me. That's what I hope Dak does in the next 2 to 3 years, rather than the Cowboys letting him go and going out there and seeing if some other team is going to want to give him the big money. If I'm Dak Prescott, nah, man, I don't need the big money no more. I don't need to be in the top 5, top 10 paid quarterbacks. I'll just take this little mediocre salary. I'm not telling Dak Prescott to take the league minimum. But on that next extension, if it comes into a conversation, if I'm Dak Prescott, bro, I got to get these chips. I'm taking less and less money because I got to get you. I want you to get more players around me. That's where I am. That's where I am with Dak Prescott.
Had a long personal winning streak. Obviously, that's over now against his team. Does that even matter to you at this point?
A little selfishly pissed, yeah, but that's completely selfish. And in a sense, in another good way, it's kind of good. That it is over with. So you can go into next year. It's not even a conversation. It's not even being brought up. This isn't about me. This isn't about my win streak. So that is the good in it. But a little selfishly, yeah, I am pissed.
John Machado with The Athletic. What do you think's ahead for you in your career?
Greatness. I'm going to work every day and bust my ass and in the gym and the way that I take care of my body, throwing on the field, to do everything I can. I don't expect anything different than years past, is to be better next year than I was this year. And I think just over my career, the track record somewhat proves that. And so for me, it's just about continuing to work. I don't know if there's many that work as hard as me or as intentional as me, and so I pride myself in that, and I look forward to getting back to that, like I said, here in about a week. And so I control what I can control, and I worry about the present, and the future, will take care of itself.
And then just
Man, I'm just telling y'all, teams dream of having quarterbacks like Dak Prescott. I'm telling you, man, my wife has said this. My wife has said this. And I definitely don't count her as a football aficionado. But my wife has said, she thinks she thinks that Dak Prescott would have had a Super Bowl with another team. I can't help but agree with her. I truly believe Dak Prescott, if Dak Prescott was put with a Kyle Shanahan, a Sean McVay, people don't realize some of the opportunities that some of these other quarterbacks have gotten. Matthew Stafford was looked at as Dak Prescott until Matthew Stafford went to the Rams. It's amazing to me how folk talk about Matthew Stafford now. I've been alive long enough. I promise y'all, people were not talking about Matthew Stafford then like they were talking about Matthew Stafford today. Matthew Stafford played with Megatron. And if you don't know who Megatron is, go look him up. Matthew Stafford's had a few players to play with him. But he was kind of looked at like Dak Prescott. Puts up a lot of numbers. Couldn't win in the playoffs. Matthew Stafford could barely go to the playoffs with the Detroit Lions. Sean McVay went and got an older Matthew Stafford, and look at him now. Look at him now. The only thing that Dak Prescott is missing is a Super Bowl. I'm telling y'all now, if Dak Prescott gets a Super Bowl, you watch what I tell you. Dak Prescott will be first ballot Hall of Famer. Dak Prescott already has the historical numbers. Dak Prescott numbers are historical. The only thing left is a Super Bowl. Dak Prescott needs his John Elway moment. A lot of people don't realize how great John Elway was. John Elway was absolutely great. But John Elway couldn't win a Super Bowl. He couldn't. He couldn't win a Super Bowl. And it wasn't because of John Elway. But when they went and got John Elway, Terrell Davis, it's amazing to me that when they bought in Terrell Davis, they got those 2 Super Bowls. I've seen enough from Dak Prescott. I don't need no more numbers. I already know that Dak Prescott, and I was saying this before the season started, and people were calling me crazy. I don't need to see anything else from Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott unequivocally is a top 3 quarterback. He is a top 3 quarterback. I don't need any other convincing of how great Dak Prescott is. What I need Jerry Jones to do now is I need to see Jerry Jones now give this man his Matthew Stafford moment. I need to see him give him his John Elway moment. I need to see him give him his Breeze moment, his Peyton Manning moment. I need to see Jerry Jones say, I have one of the greatest quarterbacks to ever play this game. I need to get him a Super Bowl before he gets up out of here. That's what I need Jerry Jones to do. Because Dak Prescott is doing everything that he needs to do. Everything he needs to do. You got to get this dude the Super Bowl. And the way you get that Super Bowl is the same way you get The same way the Denver Broncos did for John Elway. Because I'm telling y'all, for as great as John Elway was, nobody was going to tell you how great John Elway was until John Elway got a Super Bowl. John Elway was one of the greatest quarterbacks to play the game, one of the toughest quarterbacks to play the game. Man, that pigeon-toed quarterback could run the ball too. Dude could run the ball. John Elway was a great quarterback, but no one was giving him his due diligence. They were not giving him his due because he had not won a Super Bowl. When he got those Super Bowls, go back and check him. Tell me what he did in those Super Bowls. We had saw John Elway play way better games than he played in those Super Bowls. They went and took all the weight. They went and took all the weight off of John Elway, gave him Terrell Davis, gave him a defense, got 2 Super Bowls. Brian Woodbury. Oh, but your memory is not that good. Brian Woodbury, I'm sorry, but Tony Romo played on a couple of, and I don't dare say, Tony Romo played on about 3 teams that probably should have went to the Super Bowl. That absolutely should have went to the Super Bowl. But Tony Romo wasn't the problem either for the Cowboys not going to a Super Bowl. Jerry didn't put the defenses on the other side of Tony Romo too. He didn't put the defenses on the other side of Tony Romo either. But man, Tony Romo used to make some bad mistakes, bro. Bottom line, Tony Romo used to make some bad mistakes. There's a reason why they were calling Tony Romo Tony Ono. Now I'm taking Dak Prescott over Tony Romo every single day of the week. Tony Romo, terrible leader. Tony Romo, bad work ethic. Tony Romo, there's a reason why Tony Romo to me wasn't a championship-minded quarterback. He wasn't a championship-minded quarterback. Dak Prescott is a championship-minded quarterback. This is all Dak Prescott wants to do. And this is why Dak Prescott is putting the work in that Tony Romo never put the work in Dak Prescott put in. This is why in that 2016 season, when Tony Romo got healthy, the players didn't want Tony Romo back. The players didn't want him back. Dak Prescott even told one of the craziest stories that I never knew. Jason Witten didn't even want Tony Romo back. Jason Witten didn't want him back. Dak outworked him. And Dak is one of those kind of players, man. I'm telling you. We're going to look back on Dak Prescott and we're going to really realize how great this dude was. Because right now, because Dak Prescott has not duplicated the Troy Aikman success, this dude gets a lot of bad negativity and a lot of just criticism that is undeserved. A lot of undeserved criticism. I'm confident Dak Prescott's going to come back better next year. My question is will Brian Schottenheimer be able to step back in this offseason, go back and look at the ball, look at all of his games, look at how he called the games, especially the ones he got out coached in. Go look at these games and then, bro, add some wrinkles into your play calling, bro. Add some wrinkles into it. Because I don't see a scenario where Jerry is going to allow another play caller to come in here. I don't. KH, I've already went back. I don't know if you were here, KH. Man, we went back and looked at the Dak Prescott games. People lied on Dak Prescott about those interceptions. Dak Prescott threw interceptions in a playoff game, some of the playoff games. Dak Prescott made those turnovers early. The Cowboys had more than made up for those turnovers that Dak Prescott made in some of these playoff games that we talk about. The issue for Dak Prescott, it isn't that Dak Prescott has been the failure or the only failure. the players around Dak Prescott has been the failure too. Dan Quinn's defense's inability, I don't care how low scoring the games are, Dan Quinn's inability in some of those games towards the end to stop teams from getting in the end zone. Man, I'm just telling you, man, it takes great defenses. Defenses win championships. And this is the thing that Dak Prescott has been missing. Defense wins championships. They really do.
What have you thought being Clowney and then just the season that he's had this year?
Yeah, we need him. Yeah, we need him. We want him. You know, he goes out and makes a game like this, and it's like, damn, bro, like, you're making the price high. You know, you're making it harder. But, yeah, the type of guy he is, the type of player, the leader, honestly. Yeah, he's somebody that I want around, somebody that I think that we need around. He's been awesome. He's been a great teammate. Super, super thankful to have him this season, to get to know him, to be a teammate with him. And like I said, I hope it's not one season.
See, if y'all keep paying attention to Dak Prescott, I think Dak Prescott is saying something. I think he's putting it out there without saying it. They need more dogs. Dak is saying we need more dogs. Dak is saying, I don't want to be the only player on a team that has this type of drive. And I've noticed how Dak has praised Quinnen Williams. He's praised Demarion Overshown. Now he's praising Jadeveon Clowney. Dak doesn't have a problem with outspoken guys. Dak actually wants guys to speak out about winning. Not their own causes like some of these players have in the past. Some of our players in the past, they speak out about themselves and their own feelings. No, these guys are speaking out about the team and what they want to do as the team. Because I do think that Quinnen Williams and Jadeveon Clowney are looking at the fact, man, we got a pretty talented team. If we can just if we can just tweak a few things, I think we can win this. I think we can win it all. I think they have that mentality. I'm like Dak Prescott. I say Cowboys first order of business. George Pickens is probably going to be somewhat of a challenge. So if I'm the Cowboys, I'm going in this order. Brandon Aubrey, Jadeveon Clowney, George Pickens. That's the order I'm going in. I want to get those three players signed to long-term deals. Kenny Clark, I'm probably going to even put Kenny Clark before George Pickens because I do think that it may be difficult to get this doggone Jadeveon Clowney, get this George Pickens things done. I'm going to go and get Kenny Clark's deal redone. He has no more guaranteed money. So if I'm the Cowboys, I got to get that reworked. I got to get Kenny Clark to stay on the team. But I got to get these players. The Cowboys have got a couple of dogs that they can't let loose. And so Dak Prescott, have you not noticed? Dak praises these types of players because he's saying we need more of them because this is not what we've had in the past. Yeah.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. You practice against this defense every day. You understand it. What does it need at the end of the day to improve from what it was this season?
Yeah, I've got to be completely honest. I practice against them, I wouldn't say every day, right? And you get into the season, maybe once a week and maybe 3 or 4 plays here. And so it's tough. It's tough for me, and I say that it's tough for me to evaluate. I'm not going to sit up here and try to evaluate these guys when I don't truly know the ins and the outs, the calls that they're being asked to make, what they're being asked to do. I think that's a huge part of it. I heard Shotty's end.
Did I just hear? Did I just hear a Matt Eberflus? Did I just hear a Matt Eberflus issue? I don't know what the calls are, and I don't know what they're being asked to do. So without knowing those things, I can't totally evaluate the defense. That's Matt Eberflus. Who he's talking about. Dak is saying something. Yeah, some of this is probably it's not probably. This is in the lap of the DC. Freddie, what up, Freddie? El Chuco in the crib. My man. Freddie, I've heard this from people before. Dak has the unsolvable problem. He's too white for, might be some validity to this. He's too white for the black fans and not white enough for the white fans. Hence, it's the old cliche, danged if you do, danged if you don't. Yeah, I've heard this before. I've heard that before, and that may be why he gets some of the hate. Yeah, I've heard that before. Yeah, Alfonso, yeah, stop hating on Dak. Yeah. Dak haters, he's magnified and respected in this. Yeah. Yeah. Dak haters won't win the argument here. Nah, you're wasting your time. Yeah, you wasting time on Dak hate here, man. Bass said all this talk about continuity and they can't find conformity and uniformity within the team. Like that statement. And Bass, I'm going to tell you what the problem is. The continuity is the problem. You're not changing enough things. That's actually the problem. You're not changing enough. This team falls back into comfortability. You don't have to worry about the Daks, the CDs. You don't have to worry about those guys. But it's the other guys that you have to worry about. This team needs a jolt, man. They don't need continuity. They need a jolt.
So, right, that's for those guys. It's for the front office. It's for them to have those individual meetings to ask those defensive players these type of questions, get those answers, evaluate, and make decisions.
I'll make it more broad. The team overall, then.
One more time, then.
The team overall, more broad, then.
And what gives me?
The team overall. What does the team need overall?
I mean, it's still hard to answer that. I mean, you've got one of the best offenses in the league, and unfortunately, one of the defensive, but the not so good defenses in the league, or whatever you hire.
They try to put Dak on the spot, man. They try to put Dak on the spot. Let me tell y'all something. Dak isn't dumb. Dak isn't dumb in two ways. Dak isn't dumb enough to throw the defense and players under the bus. He's not dumb enough to do that. But Dak also isn't dumb to where he's not seeing that the defense is bad. Dak doesn't want to say the quiet part out loud. You have one of the best offenses in the league and the worst defenses in the league. Man, that's a conversation that Dak might have to his fiance, might have with his father, but he ain't trying to have that conversation out in the public, man. Come on. Hey, man, I understand it's a good question, but, man, Dak can't answer that question the way they want him to. Dak can't answer that question, so he's forced to give a politically correct answer, man. Dak can't do what they're asking him to do, man. Stop it. Stop it, man.
You said that my job is to play quarterback. Obviously, I've been in this thing 10 years, and I've got a lot of experience, and I know a lot and can help make decisions or help give input, but I'd be damned if I sit here and I'm going to evaluate the whole team on what we need to do, how we need to get better, particularly a couple hours after our last game. So,
and how important?
Smart. Don't be a prisoner of the moment. Ice Wall Cowboy in the congregation. What up, Ice Wall? Ice Wall said we trained Dak well in the SIP. I'm gonna take that as Mississippi. Yeah. Yes, sir. Kenny Clark said we need more dogs, no doubt.
Is the passing title to you, and will you keep an eye on Stafford and Jared Goff today?
I mean, I don't think the number's that far off now. I kind of have a feeling one of those guys are going to go make sure that they beat it this afternoon. It would have been cool, or it will be cool. Don't get me wrong. I said it to the O-line just the other day. I think it's, it'd be cool for me, but it's cool for the organization, one being the first Cowboy to do it, and it's cool for anybody and everybody that stepped on that field with me that will share that.
Two quarterbacks passed Dak Prescott on the
when
yards.
I get this, like, you guys blocked for the yards leader or whatever in the league. That's something that you carry just as much as I do, and so.
Rod Kerr, come on, man. They basically tried to get Dak Prescott to say the defense was trash. Come on, man. Get this man a break, bro. Stop trying to make Dak Prescott say the defense was trash, man. Stop trying to do that. Yes, sir. God bless you too, Ice Wall Cowboy. Good to see you in here. Man, stop trying to make Dak Prescott call the defense trash, man. Stop this stuff.
It's not something that's just me. Those receivers are a huge part in it. The running backs, whether they're making catches or making blocks, it'd be cool.
Tommy Darst, DallasCowboys.com. You had mentioned to us over the last couple of weeks, one of the reasons you wanted to play was because of the injury last year and how things ended. I know it's a disappointing end of the season overall, but to play all 17 in year 10, how gratifying is that?
Very thankful. Yeah. Very thankful. When you don't get to play this game, especially when just talking about how much love and joy and peace this game brings me, when it gets taken away, it's tough. And, when you put everything in it to come back and to play your best and you feel like you've done that, but you don't get what you want, it's a tough feeling. And just super, super, super thankful, though. Super, super thankful to be walking out of the season healthy and to have a solid year.
And then you mentioned Jadeveon playing the way that he did, makes his price tag go up. With George playing the way he did this season, that price tag is obviously going to be high. You've mentioned a couple times that you're going to talk to Jerry about wanting to keep him around. How early do you try to get in his ear to say, this is worth every penny?
I don't know if it's necessarily time demanding at this point. He knows that. Jerry knows that. Jerry knows how I feel. He knows, I think, how the organization feels and anybody about George. So I think Jerry knows the importance of keeping a guy like that, talking about leading the league and passing or having a chance to do that or talking about how good this offense was this year. I mean, that guy was a huge part of that. So I think that speaks for itself.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. You touched on it a little bit, but how much of a benefit is there to starting this offseason healthy?
What up, Newhouse fam?
Yeah, it's a huge benefit, and that's part of wanting to start it early and wanting to start it the right way and be very intentional with just the way that I'm doing it, taking care of my body, the certain amount of reps that I take. I'm a guy that tries to outwork everybody, but it's not always the best as you get older, so it's about working smarter. And so, we'll put together a great plan, but being healthy is a huge part in it, and I think I'll have the best offseason of my career by the way that I approach it and attack it.
Having consistency as a play caller with Brian Schottenheimer going into year 2, just how much do you anticipate your guys' relationship growing and your understanding of the offense and all that? Yeah,
a lot. I mean, obviously I understand the offense, understand how he's trying to attack, but I expect the same jump any offense or team does from year 1 to year 2, and even with how good we were in year 1, right, when just anything with time on task and not just myself, but maybe the other 10 guys, right, understanding the offense, understanding the why and the purpose of things a little bit better. I think we'll show up next year and just in year 2 and just the way that we communicated and work with each other this offseason.
Yeah, Tim Kalishaw, Dallas Morning News. You're very good at being a team guy, but this is the first Cowboy team ever to give up 30 points a game. The kind of pressure that puts on the offense, how much do you have to get away from that next year to have success?
I mean, I put pressure on myself, honestly, to score 30 points a game, and I think this offense does, right, or 30-plus points a game. So
I'm just telling this, man. 70s fan made a great comment earlier. I forgot to read it. But, I was talking about how Jerry came into the season expecting this team to score, like, bukus of points. I mean, I really do think Jerry expected this team to come into this thing scoring 30 and 35 points a game. I mean, I really think he expected them to score 35-plus points a game because I do believe that Jerry knew that the Cowboys' defense was not that good. I think he knew it. But I think he thought also he was going to mask it. I think he thought he was going to mask it with the Cowboys' high-powered offense. Because when you go back and look at the Cowboys' 2023 season, I want to show you just again, man, people act like this is the first time that the Cowboys have scored a massive amount of points. And it's not the first time the Cowboys have actually scored a massive amount of points. Let's see, hold on a second. The Cowboys have scored a massive amount of points before. They have absolutely scored a massive amount of points before. I mean, I want you to go back and look at 2023. This was the last time we were in the playoffs. And when you go back and look, Cowboys, 40. Now, the thing is, you're also going to see where the defense didn't give up bukus of points. But, the Cowboys scored 40, 30, 28, 33, 42. They scored 20, 43, 23, 49, 33, 45, 41, 33, 31, 22, 20. I mean, 38. Man, do we not realize the kind of points the Cowboys were putting up in 2023? And one of the reasons why they had to do that is because those Cowboys in 2023, that defense was designed to only play with a lead. So if the Cowboys didn't get a lead on the team, they knew it was going to be a hard day. So they did what they had to do. They would get a lead. The defense could come in, pin its ears back, rush the quarterback, create a couple of turnovers here and there if they could, sack the quarterback, whatever the case may be. Because what they did to teams in 2023, because they scored so many points, they were able to take the run option away from teams. They scored a lot of points. This year we scored points, but if you look at the points we scored, which they were a lot, but then we had these other games when you start looking at the Chicagos, the Cardinals, the Broncos, when you start looking at some of those games, we didn't fare as well. So at the end of the day, man, Jerry is saying y'all got the firepower to actually score those kinds of points. And I'm telling you this, I hope the defense does get better next year. And I believe it will. But I hope the defense does get better next year. But I'm going to tell you what I also want. I want the offense to score more points. I do. Because I think they can. I think they can score a lot of points. They can absolutely score a lot of points. Chanel said the Dallas Cowboys record for most points scored in a single season, 530 points set in the 2021 NFL season, averaging 31.2 points per game. Yeah. I mean, the Cowboys have scored points under Dak Prescott. They've scored points with lesser offenses. Man, I'm sorry, but I think the weapons the Cowboys have on offense this year, the ones they had this season, man, way better than what they've had in the past. Way better than what they've had on the past since Dak's been here. I say that CD and Pickens is a better tandem than CD and Amari Cooper was. I really do. We didn't have, CD wasn't prime CD when Coop was here. CD has another prime player playing with him right now, as in George Pickens. Shoot, man, this dude's in prime peak. He's in that prime stage, man. Bass said, I'm still shocked Dak Prescott donates to my dead grandpa's charity. Rest his soul. He said he's a devil dog Marine, fought in Vietnam and Saigon. Yes, sir. He was a tunnel rat. Dak donates to him. What a thug Dak is. Yes, sir. Yeah, Dak one of them, man. JCT said, people don't understand how important coaching is too. Jalen Hurts fans keep making that excuse for why Jalen Hurts isn't elite. Yes, sir. Coaching matters. Ice Wall, yeah, I agree with that too. If Dak had more time, they would have a lot more points this year. Yeah. Those tackle positions were an issue. Darren Posey mentioned it earlier.
So, right, it's unfortunate we're giving up that much, and that did, make it a little harder, but yeah, we have to stop that, right? We've got to stop giving up 30 points a game, and that'll be, I know, the vocal and the main focus of this offseason. But at the end of the day, when you're an offense who can score 30 and 30 plus, that's what I'm going to focus on the ways that we can make sure that we're doing that and giving our team the best chance to score as many points as we can week in and week out.
There it is.
And there's going to be games, even when we make, adjustments or whatever, and we're stopping teams, holding them to much less than that, half of that. There's still going to be a game where teams score, 30, 40 points that we've got to go hold our own and play complimentary football. And so
exactly,
we've got to stop that.
It happened to the 90s Cowboys. If you go look at the 90s Cowboys, they were 92 Cowboys. They smoked quite a few teams. But there were a couple of teams. Man, Cowboys with that great defense, They still came in and put up points on the Cowboys. So you got to put up more points. You got to put up more points. I mean, a team that is this high powered on offense, I mean, it is almost, if you ask me, a disappointment when you don't score 30-plus points. Man, you just got so many weapons.
Giving you one more to come out in the third quarter at all?
No. I mean, just the way that it was delivered to me. Great season from Shimko comes up. Great season. You're done. Good job. At that point, it was one score game. All the confidence in our guys going down there and scoring, and all of our young guys, and just controlling the second half. So, no, not necessarily.
Was that in the locker room? Was that on the
locker room? It was in the locker room.
All righty.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah, that game, I'm going to tell you what happened in that game against the New York Giants, guys, if you didn't notice. I really do believe that game became too hard fought for the Cowboys. I mean, for whatever reason, the Giants didn't want to lose, guys. The Giants, boy, they were playing for, and I'm going to tell you why. Shout out to the big Rumbowski. He did bring this up. Yeah, Rumbowski actually bought this up. When you think about it in the grand scheme of things, I think one of the reasons why the Giants didn't care so much about their draft status is that they have their quarterback in Jackson Dart. But if they were actually going for that quarterback position, I do believe they would have lost the game. I'm just telling you, I bet you they would have lost the game. They'd have did everything they could do to lose that game to get that number one spot, because I believe the Giants would have, or at least they would have tried to stay at number 2 to get the second best quarterback. So it wasn't a big deal to them. They probably waited out, and we already got our quarterback, so we don't mind falling to number 5. They went and got the edge rusher last year. So the Giants are just looking at, we're drafting top 5, no big deal. They came out to win. We're going to come back to where the Cowboys are, because I'm telling you, I'm so glad, because it's funny to me, because I told us, as much as everybody was saying that Green Bay pick was going to be a number 31, 32 pick, bro, I told y'all this NFL is a battle of attrition. It's a battle of attrition. You think in 1 minute that it's going to be a number 32. I said, wouldn't it be something if it turned out to be a top 20 pick? There it is. That Green Bay thing is a top 20 pick. Yeah, we're going to come back to that in just a moment. Let's see if we can get a couple of more of these player interviews in. Looks like Jadeveon Clowney had a few things to say. I want to go over here to Dallas Cowboys YouTube page. Check out old Jadeveon Clowney, man. I'm telling you, Jadeveon Clowney is one of these players the Cowboys absolutely need back. They absolutely need Jadeveon Clowney back. He's the kind of player that you want on your squad. Absolutely.
Reflecting back now, I know.
All right, let's get this thing. All right, I guess we can get Brendan Aubrey, and don't like Brendan Aubrey had much to say. Check out Jadeveon Clowney. All right, let's see here.
Wrapping it up, what do you look back and remember about this year at this point?
From a personal standpoint, wasn't quite up to the standard I want to set. Obviously, as a team, that's pretty apparent since we're sitting here not in the playoffs. But I think you got to look at it as a team and as an individual. So for me, towards the end of the year, started missing more than we like. So got to refocus and figure out what we need to change, and then come back and be better next year. I think from a team standpoint, it's the exact same. And if everyone does that as an individual, then it's pretty easy to do it as a team.
I've had a lot of fans reaching out, asking about your future and all that. How do you approach that? How do you approach this offseason?
Yeah, I keep my head down and just focus on kicking balls. So now it would be time to look at that. No idea what's in store, but love being here.
What has this place meant to you?
Yeah, it's my hometown team. Love being a part of it, and hopefully we can keep it going.
Thank you, Brad. That's all I needed, man.
Brandon Aubrey is going to be in Dallas. The Brandon Aubrey deal for the Cowboys is actually a no-brainer. I mean, I don't understand how they didn't already get it done. I mean, he's a kicker. I mean, what more could you be talking about here? $7 million. I mean, let's look at this real quick. I mean, you're talking about a kicker. I mean, this is just one of those issues for me. I'm just not even, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm just not even dealing with this thing with Brandon Aubrey. I mean, man, I'm sorry. I already got this deal. If I'm the Cowboys, I already got this deal done with Brandon Aubrey. I mean, when you start looking at these kicker salaries, man, the highest kicker salary in the league is a $25 million deal. $17 million guaranteed. I mean, what are you waiting on, man? $6.4 million a year. It's the Harrison Butker guy from the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, come on, Cowboys. What are you waiting on, man? Man, get this dude. Man, give Brandon Aubrey $28 million. I don't know, $27 million. Give him $28 million. Average of $7 million per year. What are you waiting on, Dallas? Get this dang deal done with Brandon Aubrey, man. This dude done.
It's always the same. Go out there and play hard and finish. Finish where I started. I never quit on nothing, like I said. I don't care about the circumstances. The ball was hiked. Like I said, people are...
Jadeveon Clowney, he one of them Freddie Morales type players. Jadeveon Clowney, one of them Freddie Morales type players, boy. Jadeveon Clowney, he said, I don't care what the circumstance is, I'm playing.
They're coming to watch. Got to play for them.
Yes, sir.
You noticed, but that was your first 3-sack game you've ever had in your career.
I know. Believe me, I know. I keep up with all of. Damn, you ain't gonna tell me no, it's not. Yeah, man. It's cold out there, boy. Yeah.
What's that mean to you?
Oh, for sure. I'm gonna play. I'm gonna keep playing. I feel good. Yeah. Why would I quit?
Y'all see, somebody was singing money in the background. Money, 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 money. Yes, sir. Yeah, Dak Prescott's not lying. Dak Prescott's not lying, man. Jadeveon Clowney just drove up the price on Jadeveon Clowney. Great job, bro. Great job.
Oh, yeah. A lot, man. A lot. I enjoyed this season more than I have in the past few years. It was a
Translation, Jadeveon Clowney is telling the Dallas Cowboys he want to be here. Jadeveon Clowney is telling the Cowboys, I want to be here, man.
Last, even though we ain't win like we needed, I met a lot of great dudes in this locker room, man. They were a great mindset, especially in that D-line room. One of the special groups I've been with in my career, so I enjoy them guys.
You said you want to start earlier this year.
What up, Yamar?
So are you looking to sign pretty quickly?
Right situation, right. All about that. I gotta let my agent do whatever he gonna do, but yeah, I want to go a little earlier than I did this year. Of course, get in there because I felt rusty when I first got going. I was missing plays, missing sacks, and I just want to get going early.
We see a little bit of the bond with you guys.
Oh yeah, I love them boys. I got a lot of respect for them because the way they come to work and they hold me to a high standard at practice. You know what I mean? It's hard to find guys like that. Just, hey, bro, you ain't on your today. All right, bet. Let me tighten up. That's why I like this group. They hold everybody accountable. It don't matter about what round you went, what pick, how much money you made. We hold each other accountable, and we go out there to work, and work extremely hard. And I hats off to this D-line because, man, it's been like that since I got here. I extremely work hard, and this stuff ain't came my way yet. And I feel like we keep working the way we're working, it's going to eventually come our way, happen the way we need.
You got to sign this dude, man. You got to bring this dude back, man. Clowney is there's no other way to put this. Jadeveon Clowney is telling the Dallas Cowboys, I want to be here. I don't know any other way you can say it. I like being here. This is the most fun I've had in the last few years. I like the group of guys I'm playing with. If we'll just get this thing going, if we'll just stay at it, we're going to get to where we want to be. I don't know how many more ways Jadeveon Clowney can ask the Dallas Cowboys to sign him. He also says, I want to be on the team, whatever team I'm on, I want to be on that team earlier. I want to be at training camp. I don't know how many more ways you can say, I want to be a part of your team. Shoot, man. I already told y'all the order I'm working in. Brandon Aubrey, Jadeveon Clowney, Kenny Clark, George Pickens. That's my order. That's my order.
Shottie's spoken about just the impact you've made as far as leading by example. Being a guy spending long hours in the building.
Yeah.
How much does that part of it mean to you now?
I mean a lot, man, from him because he's right. I spent a lot of time in that building when I got here. Late hours, just trying to make sure I get right for this team and get together. I was staying late, taking care of my body, trying to get right before stuff got going for me. But I'm blessed to be here. I thank God every day for allowing me to play 12 years. This could have been over. I had microfracture my first game of my career back in 2014. They gave me a 50-50 chance to play after that, and I done played 12 years later, and I thank God every day for that.
You're a little busy on the field, but as pass rushing aficionado, Myles Garrett.
I seen him.
23.
He did it.
I mean, what can you say about a guy doing that?
Man. I tell these guys, my D-line's like one guy done played with who just gifted and just got it as a pass rusher, and it's Myles Garrett. Hats off to that guy, extremely talented.
But I'm going to tell you something about Myles Garrett. Now, we got to understand, Myles Garrett was made in a factory somewhere. He's made in a factory somewhere. But I also want to say this about Myles Garrett. I want us to understand. Myles Garrett has great players around him. People don't give Cleveland enough credit. For as much as they have botched the offense, man, Cleveland got some good defensive players. I mean, they absolutely do. Myles Garrett ain't the only one up in that joint playing. So Myles Garrett has got good players around him. But number two, Myles Garrett has a dog for a coach, Jim Schwartz. Coaching matters. Coaching matters. Coaching matters. Put Jim Schwartz with the Dallas Cowboys and give him the Dallas Cowboys defensive line. Jim Schwartz will have Quinnen Williams, Ezraku, Jadeveon Clowney. They'll be eating teams up with sacks. Not to mention the other pass rusher I believe the Cowboys are going to get. And I do believe the pass rusher, man, I'm just preparing myself either way. But I'm preparing myself that the Cowboys may absolutely go get Max Crosby. I'm preparing myself. Because when I hear a team like the Raiders saying that we're not going to trade Max Crosby, but I'm also watching the writing on the wall, and I'm watching Max Crosby do some of the same things that I've seen Michael Parsons do, seen Trayvon Diggs do. This is the new way that players are going to try to get out of deals. They're going to be disruptive and disrespectful. And that's how they're going to get off teams. They told Max Crosby they wanted him to sit out the last 2 games of the season. Max Crosby put the Raiders in jeopardy by walking out of the facility and not coming back. We do realize that the league could actually go investigate the Raiders. And if they find out that the Raiders tried to make him a healthy scratch, and basically so they could throw the last 2 games of the season, they could literally take draft picks away from the Raiders. So Max Crosby put the Raiders at risk. But I'm also telling you something else I believe Max Crosby is saying. Max Crosby can see the writing on the wall. The Pete Carroll experiment did not work. Bringing in Geno Smith did not work. I mean, people really thought that the Raiders were really about to take off. They go out and get the best running back in the draft. Everybody think the Raiders are about to take off. And the Raiders are the #1 team in the draft this season? What? Pete Carroll, you're fired. They're going to try to rebuild. I don't think Max Crosby wants to be a part of a rebuild. A rebuild can take anywhere from 2 to 3 years. You're talking about new quarterback, new coach. New coach may bring new OC, new DC. You got to get now the players that fit a whole new system. I really think Max Crosby is really trying to say something in a larger picture. He'll be 29 years old when the season starts. I'm not telling you that Max Crosby don't have 10 more years in the league, but I also believe that Max Crosby says nothing's promised in this league. I don't believe Max Crosby wants to be on a rebuild team. I don't think he wants to wait. I think Crosby is getting antsy. I think he wants to go somewhere to where he can win now. Not 3 years from now. Now. He wants to win now. I believe we're going to see more from Max Crosby. And I think he's going to try to get out of Las Vegas. And when he tries to get out of Las Vegas, I think teams are going to take a swing at him. The Cowboys have an advantage on every team out there right now. If there is a team, if there is a player that would become tradable, and every team was going for that player, the Cowboys have something to offer that these other teams don't have. A first-round draft pick. They don't have one, they have two. And what do I mean by that? The Cowboys are at number 20, and the Cowboys are at number 12. What if the Atlanta Falcons said, man, you know what? We're going to restart. B.J. Robinson's contract is coming up. Maybe we don't want to pay him that big money, whatever the case may be. The Cowboys could trade. Who wouldn't trade a first-round draft pick for Robinson? He's the only running back, if I'm the Cowboys, I would trade for. The Cowboys may consider giving up that 20. I know some people don't want it. The Cowboys could consider giving up that number 20 for Max Crosby. Because the Eagles can't do it. Because people are saying the Eagles are going to go for Max Crosby. But they can't go for Max Crosby the way the Cowboys can. The Cowboys have contracts that they can flip the switches on, kick money in the void years, get $100+ million. They have an extra first-round pick. They could trade away and bring in Max Crosby. The Cowboys in the catbird seat when it comes to acquisition right now. If the Cowboys want to acquire some great player, they can. Oh, man, Chanel, I'd love to see Josh Sweat in Dallas. Man, I'd love to see it. Definitely would love to see Josh Sweat in Dallas. I wish they could pull that off. Chanel said he don't want Crosby. Said he's going to have surgery just like Hendrickson, and they both don't hold the edge well on running plays. I'm wondering if Hendrickson is really going to have surgery. I did hear that come up also. Oh, yeah, KH, man, Robinson is the only running back in this league I would think about giving up a draft pick for.
Dudes go out there and just do his thing. I ain't seen him get blocked here practicing when I was there for 2 years. Same thing in the games. He's still doing it. I mean, what can you say about him? He's going to be in the Hall of Fame. Everybody know that. Get ready for next year for him. I guess he's going to try to do it again next year. I know his mindset. He'll be ready to break his own sack record next year. But your hats off to that guy, man. He deserved it.
But wait. Are you ready for the tragedy of Myles Garrett? Somebody tell me, when do you think he's going to get a Super Bowl? $23 sacks in the season. When is he going to get a Super Bowl? Myles Garrett's contract may very well be up by the time he gets that opportunity. I'm telling you now, Myles Garrett is going to go down as one of the most wasted players in NFL history. One of the most wasted players in NFL history.
You're obviously signed earlier in the season, after the season started. Now you have 3 sacks in the season finale. How did the season compare ultimately to what you hoped for when you signed here?
I was just really hoping we made the playoffs.
Yep. Hey, Chanel, you and Tatiana. Shoot, Chanel, you can't have the truth. He said never, G. I don't think he will either. As long as Myles Garrett is with the Cleveland Browns, I don't think he will either. By the time that team even takes off with Shedeur Sanders, which I do think they're going to probably take off and probably start making some playoffs, man, Myles Garrett, no. No. Cleveland offensively probably got about 4 or 5 years. Myles Garrett, I don't see it happening. And Angel Eyes said, chances are slim. I agree. Shoot, Bass. I'm telling you, I'd love for the Cowboys to work something out with the Cleveland Browns and bring him here because it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen, man. Lock and D, you're right. They got rid of Mike McCarthy January the 12th. I think it's going to be the same way for Flus. Jerry likes to drag out coaches for the headlines. And not only that, Lock and D, we were talking about this earlier. I think this is Brian Schottenheimer. I think Brian wants to give an exit interview. I really do. I think he wants to give an exit interview. Straight up. I think he wants to give an exit interview. And so they're going to do that exit interview. And I would expect it to be no later than probably, like you said, it's on January 12th. I think it'll be in the next 10 days. Douglas said Myles Garrett is the first ballot Hall of Famer. Will never win a Super Bowl in Cleveland. Agreed. David Everett, I'll tell you the truth, bro. Man, David, I'd have to really have a conversation about this because I'd really be tempted to trade 2 first rounds. Shoot, boy, if the Cowboys didn't need the Cowboys got to hit on a player in the draft out of those draft picks. They got to at least hit on one player. Cowboys, there's a really good safety out of Ohio State. There's a cornerback out there. I mean, there's some great players out there, so the Cowboys got to at least get one of them joints in there, man.
The biggest thing for me and my career where I'm at, I just want to make that postseason and try to run for that Super Bowl.
Yes, sir. See, even Clowney looking at this offense, he expected Super Bowl too, I believe. Or, I'm sorry, not Super Bowl, but playoffs.
That's what I'm looking for, a Super Bowl run. I'm going to continue to chase that before I get out of this league. So I got a few more runs in me. Hopefully I get there. Just keep chasing it.
What about what's here?
Oh, yeah, that's half the reason I signed when I came to visit. I seen all the talent around Dak. The receivers, the offensive line, the running back. I seen what they had on defense. I was like,
I just said it.
This stuff ain't going as well as we planned. Like I said, it's next year. Just got to go in the offseason, prepare, come back and try to do it again.
How much that end?
Can I tell you what's giving them confidence? Can I tell you what may have him and some other players hopeful about the Cowboys next season? Y'all ready for this? Because I believe these defensive players know they're going to get rid of Matty Eberflus. I do. I think they believe they're going to get rid of Matty Eberflus. And I think that makes them hopeful. I think they believe they have the players. If they'll get rid of Matty Eberflus, I think they believe they can win. I do. I think they believe they can win. Chanel said, I will take a known safety. You know what? But I think he's going to, you know what, Chanel, I've already got him on my list. I think the Cowboys are going to get him anyway. I think the Cowboys might draft a safety and bring in Minkah Fitzpatrick. I really do. I think they may do both. I think Minkah going to be out there. Freddie said, in my opinion, Myles is just about getting that green paper, G. He's not about winning a chip. He told me that when he re-signed with the Browns. Touche, Freddie Morales. You know what? I can remember like yesterday, Myles Garrett said there's nothing that the Cleveland Browns could do for him to sign for him to re-sign with them, only for him to re-sign with them. Yeah, I remember that. Trug Rich, I'm gonna tell you something. This may have been a blessing in disguise this year. I absolutely hope Jerry Jones allows Brian Schottenheimer to pick his own defensive coordinator. And the reason why I want him to allow him to pick his own defensive coordinator, because I'm telling y'all right now, Jerry Jones is going to put Brian Schottenheimer on the hottest of hot seats next season. Book it. Book it. I'm telling y'all right now. This was the mulligan. This was the mulligan for Brian Schottenheimer this year, guys. This was the mulligan season. There are no more mulligan seasons for Brian Schottenheimer. There are no more. There will be no excuse of he's a second-year coach. Nope. The Seattle Seahawks coach is going to blow that out of the water. There will be no more mulligans for Brian Schottenheimer. He officially steps up to the hot seat. Officially. Brian Schottenheimer is officially on the hot seat now. I hope and pray Jerry lets him pick his own defensive coordinator. Because you don't get to put him on the hot seat if you don't let him pick his own DC. Let him pick his own DC. And let him live and die with his own staff. Let him live and die with his own staff. I do believe Brian Schottenheimer deserves that. I do. And he's going to be on the hottest of hot seats. Jerry is not giving him no 3 seasons. No, Jerry is expecting 26 and 27 to be a Super Bowl season. I'm telling you he is.
Can be changed in 1 year and could have changed at the top.
You just seen Chicago Bears do it in 1 year, right? Went from 0 and whatever to what they did this year. So it's all possible. Like I said, you got to have that right mindset, the right guys in the locker room to just go put in the work and start it over. Just did it 10, 11 times. Got to do it again. It's part of the game.
How do you diagnose what went wrong this year for you?
I mean, I don't think it's my job to really try to diagnose that. I'll just try to make sure I did my job at a high level. I don't know what's going on behind me. I don't know what's going on around. Just try to tell the guys, lock in and handle your business. So it's a tough league. It's not easy. It's not easy. They get paid. We get paid to go out there and execute. Sometimes they get the best of you. And, sometimes we get the best of some teams. So that's why it's a national football. That's why it's the most competitive sport in the world.
There's going to be a lot of discussion, like you're saying, going on around this room about Matt Eberflus, about a lot of things.
I don't know.
In terms of
Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I just like the way he, his energy. I tell y'all that. He got great energy. Sometimes the scheme just ain't, it wasn't, we just got scored on sometimes.
Wait. So I want you to catch what he just did here. 2 things can be true. Clowney says, I like Matt Eberflus. I like his energy. But he almost said, but the scheme just wasn't, the scheme wasn't good. That's what he almost said. That's what he almost said. I think he knows, too. They need to change him out. Let's check that out again.
Yeah, I don't know.
In terms of
Matt Eberflus?
Yeah.
I'm a fan. I just like the way he, his energy. I tell y'all that. He got great energy.
Now, I will say this, too, though. Now, Clowney is kind of bothering me with this statement. He's a veteran, and, he's a performer, and he's a voice. Man, I hope he don't. I hope he don't go in here going to bat for Matt Eberflus. Man, we don't need you going to bat for Matt Eberflus, Clowney. Bro, we love you in Dallas, but we don't need you going to bat for Matt Eberflus. This is the second time I done heard this man go to bat for Matt Eberflus. No, man, stop going to bat for Matt Eberflus. They might be listening to you, bruh. They might be listening to you. I don't need them saying Clowney said Matt Eberflus. I can hear Jerry now. We interviewed the players and players like Kenny and Quinnen and Jadeveon Clowney said they really like Matt, so we gonna give him a no. Stop this madness, Clowney. We love you, but stop this madness. Stop this madness, Clowney.
Sometimes the scheme just.
They've been had this microphone in the face of Clowney too long, y'all. They raking him over the coals now.
It wasn't. We just got scored on sometimes.
Yeah. You heard what he almost said. Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, the scheme wasn't good. Oh, well, we got scored on. Why'd you get scored on? Scheme wasn't good.
Like I said, we just got to execute on a high level together. It sometimes don't have nothing to do with the calls, you know. Just being on the same page. Some people getting the calls, some people not. But I don't know what's going to happen in that situation. I stay out of that. I just try to take care of my business and look forward for next year and see what happens.
What are your immediate postseason plans? And I mean, now.
Oh, go hang out with my kids for a while, man. I know they waiting on me.
A little bit R&R?
Oh, you know it.
Obviously, first NFL.
Yeah. Hey, man, Clowney one of them, man. Jadeveon Clowney one of them. Let me read some comments, and then we're going to get into Jaydon Blue. Man, let's see. I said I was going to get off of here today at around 9:30. It's already 11:30. It's already 11:30. Okay, hold on a second. But I want to get a couple of more interviews in before we get off here tonight. All right. So Chanel says that if we can't get Brian Flores, I want Brian Flores. Then give me a college coach. Me too. I'm with you, Chanel. I'm like Miss Matrix because I don't like all the retreads. I'm serious. I think the NFL needs to really stop all the retreads. And it really goes to show you in some instances where the Cowboys, just this league doesn't like a lot of change. No, man, I want to see some change. I want to see some new names. I want to see some other people get some opportunities, man. I really do. Yeah, I'm telling you, gay boy, I believe he was about to say that the system wasn't good, bro. I really do. Shadell Cloudy is lying to make Jerry. Shadell said Jerry is lying so that he could get signed. Boy, Shadell, let me tell you something, boy. Boy, I'm telling you, I hope that's not what he's doing. I don't want to hear none of this stuff about Matty Flus coming back, man. Yeah, Mose Logan, they got some options, man. I've seen the guy Bain from Miami people been talking about. Yeah, man, I'm telling you, Angel, I'm telling you, it's crazy. Yeah, he was about to say, yeah, man, the system isn't good. Gibby, what's going on? Gibby, he gave the politically correct answer because I'm telling you, this man was about to say the scheme wasn't good. Yeah, G, he said it. Even flu scheme didn't work and defensive players weren't having it. That's it. He almost just came out and said the system wasn't good. Bass, he said they done drug my dog. Wait a minute. Bass said they done drug my dog Cloudy. Yeah, man. Hey, man, I don't need Jerry. Players like Clowney, they respect him. I don't want to hear none of this, man. I don't want to hear this, man. As Tucker said, all my homies and homegirls hate Matt Eberflus. And man, I'm gonna tell you something. I'm telling y'all right now. I bet you if you got to know Matt Eberflus, you'd probably like him too. You'd probably like him too, but you have to be able to admit. It just, and it's not just with the Cowboys. It didn't work with the Bears. Flus needs to take some time to go and study what is going on with his connection with players. This dude is having a disconnect with players, man. Chanel said, G, let me ask you in the chat a question. Do you think Shotty just did not like Blue? Oh, you know I'm about to go here. You know I'm about to go there, Chanel. Hey, I saw Jaydon Blue face come up. You already know I'm about to go here. I gotta hear my man Jaydon Blue talk, man. I do. I gotta hear my man Jaydon Blue talk. Alfonso said it's 12:26 in Jersey, G, after midnight, but I enjoy your live stream. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Hey, I'm telling you something. You already know, Chanel, I'm about to go here. Kippy, he said, G, you can tell the Cloudy lied. He said that with no enthusiasm. Boy, he had to catch himself, boy. He almost said that system didn't work, boy. He almost had to catch it, man. R3, I'm telling us this is a possibility. I've actually seen some people making videos about this. I got a feeling, don't y'all be surprised if they trade back. Cowboys may trade, because I'm going to tell you what the Cowboys are going to look at. They're going to look at these players they want on the board. And if they know they can trade back and still get those players or get one of those players they want, I believe they're going to trade back and get into the second round and still keep that first round. Because I'm going to tell you now, hey, Man, a top 20 pick is a top 20 pick. Chanel, appreciate you. He said, G is the only chat I stay up late for. Yes, sir. All right, so, hey, let's check out Jaydon Blue real quick. Because I'm going to tell you where I am on Jaydon Blue. I'm going to tell you where I am on Jaydon Blue. And I like Brian Schottenheimer. But I really believe that Brian Schottenheimer sabotaged Jaydon Blue. I really do. I believe he sabotaged him. Brian Schottenheimer fell in love with Javonte Williams. He likes that type of running back. He fell in love with Javonte Williams. He likes that big back power run game. They call it Marty Ball. He likes that type of running back. And he trashed Jaydon Blue. He trashed Jaydon Blue so that he wouldn't have an excuse or have the pressure of having to play Jaydon Blue. Because a lot of the Cowboy fans, the moment that Brian Schottenheimer said that Jaydon Blue wasn't this, wasn't that, and you got to not put the ball on the ground, only to watch Javonte Williams put the ball on the ground not once, but also see Javonte Williams put the ball on the ground in the Arizona game, which stopped a comeback in the Arizona game. We've seen George Pickens fumble the ball. We've seen multiple players, Jake Ferguson, fumble the ball. Jake Ferguson has fumbled the ball, 7 times in 2 years? We've watched Kevontae Turpin fumble the ball a couple of times. We've watched other players fumble the ball. Jaydon Blue fumbles the ball 1 time, 1 and done. And they want us to believe that this kid wasn't practicing hard. Kid wasn't practicing right. Kid didn't take football serious. Man, this kid been playing football his entire life. I'm not believing that this running back who runs a 4.28 40, and they said he even had an injury when he ran that. I'm not buying that this kid wasn't good enough to be on the field for the Cowboys this year. I'm not buying it. This is a bold-faced lie. Let's check out Miss Matrix. We're gonna get to the we'll get to the Cowboys draft position after this. Let's check out Jaydon Blue. And I actually didn't have him on here, but I want us to check out Jaydon Blue. But we'll get to draft status. Check this out.
Touchdown, just how did today feel?
It felt great. Just to be back out here again. It's been a while, but I felt great to be back out here and get to showcase what I can do.
It had some jump cuts, showed some bursts. What was the mentality kind of going in today? It looked like patience was something that was there for you today.
Really, man, I was just hungry. I feel like I haven't played in a while, and I knew this was the last one of the years, so I wanted to seize the opportunity, and I've been working super hard and practicing, making sure I'm doing the little things so that I can perform whenever the time was needed.
And you put a lot of good on film out there. Just talk about what you can take away from that going into the offseason, kind of build going into year 2. And just what have you learned from year 1?
Yeah, man, absolutely. Like you said, there were some good things I did, but, there's also things that I can, take and build on going into next year. So, like I said, man, I'll meet with my coach and see, what I can get better at going into next year.
What have you taken from this year, just learning to transition from college to pro? Being a professional, what has that been like for you this year?
Just staying patient, man. Just leaning on the, the vets, making sure I'm staying, as close as I can to them, trusting my coaches, and, just making sure I'm working, man, because, at this level, talent isn't everything, so I have to make sure I'm putting in the work so that I can continue to have those opportunities.
Yeah, first, when you did cross the goal line, just what is that feeling like? What was the celebration with your teammates like? And then you're still kind of on perma-grin because what does it feel like?
Yeah, man, it was very exciting for me. It's been a while since I've been in the zone, of course. Well, it's my first one. I scored in preseason, but I don't really count that. But man, it meant the world to me to be able to score my first touchdown, with the Dallas Cowboys. So man, I'm just very grateful.
And people were trying to act like this wasn't no big deal when he scored the touchdown. Oh man, the Giants ain't doing this. Man, the Giants were trying to beat the Cowboys. I don't care what nobody say. Them boys were trying to beat the Cowboys, man. Now, Jaydon Blue got out there and ran, bro. Jaydon Blue got out there and ran. And Jaydon Blue is that type of running back. I would have loved to have seen him the whole season, because I promise you, he'd have broke about 3 or 4 of them. Because once this dude gets in the open field, ain't nobody catching him.
You know, that I could be able to play on the stage.
Do you feel like you made a statement today with your performance?
I will say there's things I can get better at, but, you know, I do think, you know, I did some things to, you know, remind people that what I'm capable of.
You made a statement, brother.
October, just having to wait to get back on the field this long, how tough was that? How much patience did you have to show?
It was tough, of course, you know, me being that competitive guy, wanting to be out there, but, you know, it was also, you know, good that I was able to, you know, sit back and, you know, watch some of the vets play and, you know, learn things from them. So, I mean, of course I want to be out there and be able to play, but, you know, there was a lot of things that I learned from this.
What was the biggest thing you're going to take away from your rookie season into this offseason and next year?
Man, just how to practice, man. Just making sure that I'm preparing the way, being.
I'm going to tell y'all something that Brian Schottenheimer has done that we got to be careful of. King Kong community said Shotty was hating, for sure. For sure. And I'm going to tell you something that Brian Schottenheimer has done that to me, it's scary. Brian Schottenheimer has created a system to where if he doesn't like the way you're practicing, you don't get to play. Now, let me tell you why this is dangerous. But how do you, what is the criteria? Going back to how Miss Matrix said, what's the criteria for the coaches? Well, I got a question. What's the criteria for not practicing well? Because do y'all remember? This was the frustration of Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs was struggling with, I don't know what they're talking about. What are they talking about? What am I? And I'm going to tell you the other things that makes this dangerous. So how you play on the field don't matter? Because we watched Kenneth Murray have a terrible season. And Kenneth Murray got to play every game this season. Pretty much every game this season if he wasn't injured. So you're telling me that Kenneth Murray is practicing like a monster, but then in the game he not playing well. So because he's practicing well, he gets to continue to play even though he's not playing well. Come on, man. Stop this madness. This is madness. And I'm telling y'all now, Brian Schottenheimer ran Javonte Williams in the ground. And had we made the playoffs, he'd be worth nothing. I'm telling y'all now, Javonte Williams wouldn't have been worth nothing in the playoffs. Absolutely nothing. He'd have been broke down, and every time he looked up, he'd have been talking about it was a shoulder, it was a this, it was a that. Man, this is an absolute joke. This is the thing about Shotty that did make me mad this year. There is no excuse for Jaydon Blue not getting to play this year. Brian Schottenheimer created a narrative on this, and a lot of Cowboys Nation ran with this thing on Jaydon Blue, saying, oh, yeah, he ain't practicing well. Going back to what some guy who used to be an assistant coach for the Cowboys talking about, Jaydon Blue lazy. I'm not buying none of it. I'm not buying none of it. And I'm going to tell you something, man. Sometimes players don't respond well, and so you got to have a certain type of mindset, because sometimes players don't respond well when they are doing everything they can do to get on the field, and you're using excuses not to get them on the field, saying you're not practicing hard, and then you say, what am I not doing? Well, you're not practicing hard. Well, tell me what I'm doing. Give me specifics. You think about Trayvon Diggs. What did he say? I don't know the specifics. Then they're out here talking about saying crazy stuff like, yeah, man, Trayvon Diggs, when he comes into the building, when he leaves the building, how he's looking in the meeting rooms and blah, blah, blah. Come on, man. Come on, man. Because if that applies to him, then explain Malik Davis. I'm not buying none of it. I'm not buying none of it. This dude created a narrative on Jaydon Blue, and Jaydon Blue made him look silly. 16 carries for 16 yards. 16 carries for 64 yards. His longest run was 27. Man, imagine had they been running this guy the whole season. Putting this guy in the screen game. Putting him in the slot in the wide receiver game. Using him on the wheel routes the same way the Texans used him. Man, it would have been a huge upgrade from the comebacks and the curls. Come on, man. Got to do better than this. This is bull. Number bull junk in the words of Deion Sanders. Number bull junk, man. Mose Logan said them cleats Blue had on in practice stopped him from getting on the field. And think about this, Mose Logan. Come on, man. You going to hold that over a dude for the whole season? Man, Shotty was on some bull with this thing with Jaydon Blue, bro. This man was on some bull. King Kong Community said, facts, G. Shotty started a wedge between Blue fans and other Cowboy fans. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think Schottenheimer was extremely hard on Jaydon Blue because there were so many people that wanted to see Jaydon Blue. Man, when the Cowboys drafted Jaydon Blue, we were fresh off of seeing him in the playoffs and watching him play at Texas. Cowboy fans were real high on Jaydon Blue. They really wanted to see him on the field. And Brian Schottenheimer, because he liked the way Javonte Williams started running in practice and started having visions of sugar plums dancing in his head, started thinking about Marty Ball and all this old stuff, and had to make excuses to not play Jaydon Blue. I'm sorry, but if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm telling him Jaydon Blue better be on the field this year. I'm sorry, but if bro, I got to interject sometimes. That's what a GM has to do. Bro, I got to interject. You better get this man on the field. King Kong Community, I'm going to tell you something. You're going out on a limb. I'm going out on this limb with you. I am going out on this limb with you. No other coach in the NFL would have sat Blue all season. King Kong Community, I'm rolling with you on that part. I'm rolling with you on that. I'm absolutely riding with you on that. I'm telling you, I believe the same thing. Not the whole season. The whole season? Ain't no way. Ain't no way a team is putting that type of player. Man, you going to use him for something. The dude got 4.28 speed. You're going to, man, come on. You're going to put him on the field for something. Baz said he think they withheld him. Yeah, and I brought this up, Baz. You're exactly. Javonte fumbled too. Man, Javonte fumble. We watched Cavonte Turpin trip over his own feet and fumble. We watched Jake Ferguson fumble multiple times. I mean, everybody gets the fumble except for Jaydon Blue. Yeah, Lipke fumbled. Hey, everybody gets to do it but Jaydon Blue. Everybody gets to do it.
Consistent in everything.
Did it live up to what your hopes were? I mean, you got so many opportunities today. You've been waiting for this. What was it like for you on the field today?
I mean, I knew based off how I prepared that I would, perform the way I should today. And, I give a lot of credit to, my teammates and my coaches. They make sure they stand on me, making sure that I'm, doing the things that I need to do. So when everybody, all these guys trust me, they know what I'm capable of. So, they knew that I would have a good game and perform like I was supposed to.
Now, I want you to catch something that he said. He said, my teammates trust me. I'm going to tell you something that I learned from Cam Newton, and I never thought about this, but Cam Newton said this. Cam Newton said, players watch practice, and they know who's doing well in practice. They know. I guarantee you some of these Cowboys players were scratching their head too on Jaydon Blue. I bet you they were scratching their heads on why this dude ain't playing. Guarantee you.
Like I did.
All right, we'll save Joe Milton for tomorrow. Let's see, we'll check out because I want to get to the Cowboys draft thing. Miss Matrix asked about that, so we'll let that be our final topic on the draft thing. We'll talk about Joe Milton. That's a work in progress for the Cowboys with Joe Milton.
What do you think does need?
Let's listen to Quinnen Williams, and then we'll get to our draft status. But I wanted to fit in Jaydon Blue in there. All right, I want to fit Jaydon Blue in. Let's get Quinnen Williams in there real quick, and then we'll do our draft status, and then we'll be done for the day.
I have to just analyze, talk to the coaches.
What do you think does need to improve to get better?
I have to just analyze, talk to the coaches, analyze, and look at things. But I know first and foremost, point a finger at myself and try to get better.
Yeah, R3, you make a point on this, and I'm not tripping. I'm not tripping on the part you're saying where he can't block. No, I'm not tripping on that. But what I am tripping on, what I am tripping on though, R3, that's not how I'm gonna use Jaydon Blue. I'm not using Jaydon Blue to block. And this is where I knock Shotty. Because Shotty wants you to be able to do this, that, and the other. Well, there are some players that can't do this, that, and the other. There are some players on your team you have to say, hold on a second. This guy can't block, but we can't keep him off the field running a 4.28, can catch like a wide receiver. We can't keep him off the field. So when I put in Jaydon Blue, I don't need him to block because he's going to get the ball. He ain't going. That's my issue. He don't need to block. He's going to get the ball. You want to know why we didn't have a sweep game? No speed. You want to know why we looked so odd when we tried to run screen games? No speed. You want to know why we had no outside run game whatsoever? No speed. We had a lack of utilization of speed. A lack of utilization. So if Jaydon Blue is on the field, I'm not going to put Jaydon Blue in blocking situations. I can work with Jaydon Blue on learning how to block. But what I'm not going to do is keep that level of speed and talent off the field. I'm not going to do it because that's what I drafted him for. Because I saw what he did at Texas. I'm not going to keep him off the field. Jaydon Blue should have been a specialty player for the Cowboys this season. He should have been situational. He should have been, hey, man, we need maybe 2 or 3 yards. Let's see, rather than running between the tackles, let's see if we can maybe use some misdirection and get that off the edge. Let's see if we can get that on a sweep and get that on the edge. Let's see if we can run a screen and get that on the edge with Jaydon Blue. I'm not concerned with Jaydon Blue's blocking. Because where I'm putting him in, believe me, he's getting the ball. That's where I am. And that's why I didn't like how Brian did him. Yeah, he can't block. I can work with you on that. But to sit him, man, I'm going to tell you something. My wife, man, my wife be thinking like, she be having me laughing. Because my wife said, bro, R3, my wife said, if she would have been Jaydon Blue, my wife said, she said, I don't want to, she said, if I would have been him, I wouldn't have played. My wife had me laughing. She said, you ain't bringing me off the bench in the last game of the season. Man, it's a doggone shame they did that man like that. And they hurt themselves. They hurt themselves by doing this. They didn't hurt Jaydon Blue as much as they hurt themselves too. A lack of utilization of speed. You didn't use Kevontae Turpin right until the last game of the season. I mean, it's the first game we saw him get loose the way we thought he should have been getting loose. They ran him on a go route, ran him on a vertical. I mean, we have a lack of utilization of speed. Brian Schottenheimer is content with inching the ball down the field. And that's why Brian Schottenheimer kept finding himself in 3rd and longs. Man, you got dynamic players. You got to use them in a dynamic way, man. It just don't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me. Bear said, I said this, G, we don't utilize speed well, and we don't appreciate it. Turpin was underutilized. Blue the same. Malik Davis the same. Hey, Bass, tell me this isn't crazy. Malik Davis bust out for a 40-plus yard run. Shotty came back the next week, I believe, and I don't even think he used him more than 6. I don't even think he gave him more than 6 carries. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It don't make sense, man. Don't make sense. Angel Eyes said, right, I said if you block for Turp and with the right play call, he will be held. Angel Eyes, I really thought that he was going to do a better job than Mike McCarthy. But do y'all realize this? He didn't look much better than he did with Mike McCarthy. As much as we put him at the third wide receiver spot, he didn't look much better. How in the world did we not get more production out of Kevontae Turpin playing the third wide receiver? Hey, Baz, let me tell you what's crazy. I even heard people arguing against speed for the Cowboys. I actually heard people arguing saying, oh, you can stop speed. Speed ain't that big of a deal. Psh, boy, I don't know where these people are from. There's a reason why people say speed kills, because speed absolutely kills. Shoot, speed kills, man.
Especially with being able to be a game-changer D-tackle and get those big-time sack fumbles and affect the game at a higher level than I did this year. And I think that's step one that's going to help us go to the right direction. So,
Quinnen, it wasn't your fault, bro. Matt Eberflus got a defensive tackle like you and didn't have you just killing folk. Man, when you got a dude like this, man, you got to be running stunts and twists and using other guys to get this guy loose. You know, sending other guys free on blitzes and then making them have to pick him up and then letting Quinnen kill people through. Man, these people did not use this dude right. And they had the players to use him right. Man, you could have killed teams with Demarion Overshown and Quinnen Williams. I don't understand it. This dude should have had way more and did way more than he did this year. But the Cowboys didn't make great adjustments and didn't try to vary up any of the things they did even on defense.
I'm super excited. Especially having the offense that we have, having a bunch of great guys on defense that's coming back that we have. The defensive line room is phenomenal. Hope we get a lot of those guys back. So I'm super excited for the future. I'm super excited for this coaching staff and super excited for this leadership to kind of step in and get this thing going. Like having Zero a full healthy offseason in his leadership, having Osa in his leadership, Kenny a full offseason in his leadership, me my full offseason in leadership also. So we have the guys in that unit to kind of get things going in the right direction. So
Quinnen is spitting on this part. Guys, we do have something to be excited about with Demarion Overshown. If I am not mistaken, will this not be the first offseason Demarion Overshown goes into healthy? Rookie season, tore his knee. Sophomore season, tore his knee. Third season, junior season, comes back from the knee. Actually gets to go into the offseason, not rehabbing, but ready to go. Gets to come into training camp, ready to go. I can see where Quinnen and these guys have some hope. And did y'all notice? They are not done. Quinnen Williams mentioned this. Jadeveon Clowney mentioned this. They both talked about the excitement of having Dak Prescott and the weapons around Dak Prescott. They're saying that we got a great offense. We just got to get our part up to snuff and speed. Man, that's a powerful sentiment. That's why these guys are excited. And this is why I say if I'm Brian Flores, if Brian Flores doesn't get a head coach offer, the Dallas Cowboys should be so attractive to him. They got a lot of talent on the defensive line. Jerry's going to go in this draft and free agency. He's going to get them some more talent, I believe, at the linebacker position and especially in the secondary. When Jerry gets that, man, anybody come here to be the defensive coordinator. If they're good, they're going to have a field day with this team. They really are. Edward Frazier, appreciate that super chat. I agree with you. We need a real OC in DC. Yeah, I really think that Shotty would be better being able to step back and look at things. King Kong says Shotty had a grudge against some players. It showed big time. It did. I agree with you. It did. Angel Eye says, and that's why against speed teams, they will continue to get dusted. Yep. You got to put teams on notice from time to time that we got players that can stretch the field. You got to be able to put teams on notice like that. Angel Eye said, well, hopefully they see the problem and get it right next season. Placement matters. Facts. Lolo said, is it me or do we seem softer than we used to be? We preach toughness, but we've always been a finesse team. Lolo, I think we're trying to get out of that with some of these guys we're bringing in, like Kenny, Quinnen. I think we're trying to get out of that. George Pickens, I don't think he's a finesse player. Javonte Williams, I don't think he's a finesse player. Ty Booker, BB, Ty Smith. We're trying to get out of it, but we got to keep working towards it. Christian Legal, yeah, we already been talking about it. I already said Jim Schwartz for me, bro. Yeah, Jim Schwartz for me. Bass, I'm with you. No, I will. I would too. Overhaul the entire, but the problem is, yeah, I said this earlier. I do think we should overhaul the entire defensive back room. Only problem is we got a couple of players that we're going to absolutely have to keep. And I don't think it's a problem. Savon Revel Jr., I think he's going to be great. I think he'll be great with another DC. He was just getting his legs up under him, so he'll be fine. Deron Bland, I think he'll come back. He's going to be the highest paid slot cornerback in the league. I do believe the Cowboys are going to move Deron Bland to the slot permanently. And I think they're going to go and draft the best cornerback in the draft, and they're going to put him outside. And that's what we're going to be looking at cornerback. Chanel mentioned it earlier. I would love for Minkah Fitzpatrick to wind up with the Cowboys and then go in the draft, see if you can get the kid from Ohio State. And that would be the Cowboys back end being reworked. And then beyond that, you can go in and bring in some depth pieces. And I do have a feeling the Cowboys are also going to go and try to get them a top-level linebacker. So I already think the back end is going to be reworked.
Season look like for you, and is there anything specific you want to address with your game this offseason?
I want to address a lot, man. I want to address things like I have to analyze it. I have to go watch the film and things like that. But I feel like me personally, I took a step forward and stopping the run. I know that was pretty bad the years before with the Jets. And this year I kind of focused on stopping the run and doing things I could do kind of technique-wise with stopping runs and being a force in that. So just keep building off what I do well and keep building off the things I don't do well. So
obviously questions are arising around the defensive coaching staff. Mm-hmm. You have specifically shined in an attack front. Mm-hmm. How important is an attack front for your future as well?
It's super important. No matter what scheme I'm in, I want to win. So no matter what scheme I'm in, no matter what I'm asked to do, I'm willing to do it for the betterment of this team and the betterment of getting better as a defense. I think that's the only thing that's very important is being a better defense. So,
what's your relationship like with Matt Eberflus and someone you want to come back?
Boy, they be killing me with these questions on Matt Eberflus, bro. They asking. Man, boy, this is like asking people on a job, like, do they like you or not? Could you imagine people going around interviewing their co-workers, asking them if they like you? They killing me asking these people, do they like Matt Eberflus, man? What you expect these people to say? They hate Matt Eberflus?
I've been on here like eight weeks, I guess, 7 weeks, and from a personal standpoint, it's not really a personal relationship. Can't kind of build a personal relationship in the midst of the fire and things like that. So, but like I said, man, a lot of people kind of put the blame on the coaching all the time, and definitely as players, we got to take accountability because we are on the field. And like I always say, man, like cover 3 is cover 3, and it's been cover 3 for 50 years. Man's been like for 50 years, like. Cover 2 has been cover 2 for 50 years, and it's on players to execute when we're on the field. And I think that's the biggest thing.
Miss Matrix, if she was here, I'd tell her, hey, sound like Quinnen Williams just kind of took a shot. It sounds like Quinnen Williams just took a shot at Trayvon Diggs and people who think like him. I mean, I said this one time, but it didn't get received well either. But Quinnen Williams just said, hey, man, cover 3 is cover 3. Cover 2 is cover 2. Man is man. I mean, that's simple stuff. And you just got to go execute. I'm just saying. It's a great point. Angel Eyes, you know what? I think GP does like Dallas. I really do. I think he does like Dallas, Angel Eyes. I do. I think he likes Dallas. I think they're all looking at some of the talent that they have. And I do think all of them to a degree feel like if they change defensive coordinators, I think they all think they'll be better. Okay, Miss Metro, you still here. You tell me what you think about that. Sound like to me, Quinnen is saying something. All that cover 2, cover 1, cover 3, it's all the same. If you either execute it or you don't.
Not like I always say, not one man can change the game. And even Flu himself can't take all the blame for us struggling this year. Like, us as players have to take accountability also and help change this thing because it's all take one. So
now, have y'all noticed something? Have y'all noticed something from the 2 players in particular that have come in here new? Jadeveon Clowney, don't want to put all the blame on Matt Eberflus. Quinnen Williams, not putting all the blame on Matt Eberflus. Have y'all noticed what both of them are saying? Players got to execute. They're saying it. Players have to execute. Man, think about what Quinnen Williams just said. Quinnen Williams said he hasn't been here long enough to even get a connection with Matt Eberflus. But he's also saying, hey, man, players haven't been executing. Even Clowney, as much as he was about to say that the system didn't work, Clowney still said, too, the call is the call. You got to execute it. Yeah. This is why I think the Cowboys got to get rid of some of these players. Especially on defense in particular. They got to get rid of some of these players. They do. Bass said the Cowboys get primetime games. Man, I'm going to tell you something, Bass. The Cowboys, I think, had either 6 or 7 primetime games. I'll be honest with you, Bass. Boy, I was mesmerized by all those primetime games. And I kind of figured with all them primetime games, the league must know some of the Cowboys about the Cowboys we don't know. Because I thought with all them dang on primetime games, Cowboys about to go to the playoffs. Wound up only winning 7 games. Man. Like indeed. I think it's a combination of things. I think Flus. But Flus. But Lock and D. This is my problem with Flus, though. Flus needs to be fired. He needs to go back and examine why am I having a problem all of a sudden with connecting with players? He needs to go figure that out. And he don't need to figure that out as the Cowboys coach. He needs to be fired. Sit down a year or 2 and figure out what's going on because something is going on. The Chicago players, and the defense wasn't even that bad, but the Chicago players, man, he wore on those guys and they were done with him. They were done with him, man. And so here we are in Dallas. I think he lost the Cowboys defensive locker room around week 6 or 7. Mose Logan, I want no part of Rex Ryan.
I was super excited for him. Him being 12 years, he always called himself old, and him being on one-year deals year after year after year. I just think that he's showing the world, showing this organization that he wants to be here long term. He wants to be able to affect the game, and he still got a lot more in the tank. And I was a huge fan of him when coming out of college, growing up, and super excited to be able to play alongside of him. So,
Bass, you good, brother? You don't have to apologize for comments, man. That's what we all about over here. We love to chat.
You were a big Kenny Clark fan. You watched a lot of his film. What was it like getting to play next to him as opposed to watching him?
Oh, it's amazing. It was amazing, man, being able to get a chance to play against him. Now I get a chance to be, have an off season with him and have to learn from him and things like that.
Hey, Miss Matrix. The only reason why I'm gonna say that might have been shade at Diggs is because he said cover 1, cover 2, and cover 3. That's the only reason why I'm gonna say it might have been shade at Diggs in that secondary. Miss Matrix said that's Flu's teacher's pet. Man, I'm telling you, Matt Eberflus needs to be fired because I think there is something else going on with Matt Eberflus that he may not be understanding. He needs to figure out the last 2 teams he's been on. The players are not receptive to him. They're not receptive to him. Chanel, I would not want Rex. Rex is too arrogant. Rex is too arrogant, and I think the spotlight in Dallas would be too much for Rex, and he would always be putting on. He'd always be putting on for the doggone media. I don't got time. Yeah, Miss Major, you didn't find it to be strange. He said cover 3 is cover 3, cover 2 is cover 2. Boy, I'm laughing, boy. Yeah, he said cover 2 is cover 2. So, hey, I don't know who. I mean, the person that I heard speaking out about cover 2 is Trayvon Diggs. And so, I do think the Cowboys are heading in the right direction. They're heading into that football-only direction. I love it. Keep going in that football-only direction. And get rid of all the other stuff and be all about team. And these guys, these 2 players, see, this is what I think the Cowboys need. Exactly what Quinnen Williams and Jadeveon Clowney are. If y'all haven't noticed, they're a jolt. They're different than what the Cowboys typically do. They're different. They're a jolt. I like that about these players. They're saying things that need to be said. And they definitely Freddie Morales type players. Because they basically saying they want the players to understand that at the end of the day, the responsibility is on them. Bass said, look, I never know who my real biological mother was, but I have my own daughter, and I will take her to the Super Bowl, a Cowboys Super Bowl, just like my mama wished for me. Yes, sir. Hey, I believe you're going to get there in the next couple of years. I do. Yeah, Rod Curry, the NFL knows everybody wants to watch the Cowboys on television. Even the haters will watch them. Because, yeah, even the Cowboys, they have these special fans, Rod Curry. You either hate them or you love them. And that's who the Cowboys have. They got 2 different fan bases. And the people that hate the Cowboys will watch them too. They'll watch them too. Yeah, Christian Legal, I remember we had him. He was a lot of talk to and got destroyed.
So I'm super excited. That's one of the things I'm super excited about for the future. So
how are you feeling physically and mentally right now as compared to the end of, previous seasons? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better. I'm at a positive mindset, especially this year, just because of the future that we have and the things that I can look forward to, like being here, building this defense, coming off a great offensive performance that our offense had this year, playing alongside of Dak and CD and GP and all those guys, man, it's super dope, man, being able to, I guess, have a full offseason and training camp to get this thing going in a direction, because I think we have a team to go in a direction. I think we have a head coach to take us in that direction. So I'm super excited for the future.
What did your offseason look like? Do you get away from it from a little bit, or when you start thinking about getting back at it for football?
I just golf a lot. Yeah, I go into my golf season, I guess I want to say, and I just golf a lot. I'm trying to be scratch, so I just kind of go into my golf lessons and golf. So I'm a 17 handicap. So
way to go to get the scratch.
Yeah. So
you got the hat to look the part though.
Yeah, I got the hat. You know what I'm saying? I went to Disney golf. I went to the Disney World, and now they got a golf course there. I went there, so it's pretty dope. So.
And when is football? When you start? Is it when the off-season program starts, or are you a guy that gets in even before the off-season stuff starts?
I'm just kind of focused on like the golf process right now. yeah. I focus on that. Give me a little time to kind of decompress from the season and let me get my golf swing on right now, and then I get back into it. I have a routine and a plan though, but I don't want to get in that day one after the season. So
There's a lot of courses around here. I don't know if you played any yet.
not yet. No, I didn't have time to do that yet. So thank you.
Jackson played.
For real, he's good.
I don't know how good he is, but he plays.
Yeah, we all players.
You sound like a 50-footer.
For real? That's great. Dak is great at everything, though.
He's pretty new to the game.
Yeah, he's great at everything, so. All right, thank you.
You had to make in this first year. The speed of the game, and I feel like the game started to slow down for me with the more reps that I got.
We'll listen to some of these other players here in the next couple of days, probably tomorrow more than likely. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, have you noticed they all keep saying the same thing? These guys don't mind coming back to the Cowboys because they realize that Dak Prescott's a great quarterback, got a great offense, and I think what is encouraging them is that if they can get better on defense, I think they believe they got them one. I do too. I think the Cowboys are going to get one in 2026. If they can get this defense, they're going to get one. There's no doubt about it to me. Angel Eyes said, yeah, I think we kind of forgot that these guys came in like mid-season, so having a full season would truly help. I mean, they helped out just with the little time they've been here. The mentality is so much better, and you need those kinds of voices in your locker room. Chanel said, I love the Cowboys, bleed Cowboys, but if Matt Prehistoric Dinosaur Evil Floss came back, I will have to not watch the games or buy any more merch, as it will then show me that the ownership is not serious about winning. Yeah, man. Yeah. But I do think this is the reason why they're not going to bring back Matt Eberflus. I do. I don't think they're going to bring back Matt Eberflus. I think they really know they can't, even if they want to. Alfonso said there's loyal Cowboys fans like you and IG even in a bad season. No doubt, brother. No doubt. Christian Legal said he would like to see Wink Martindale. Okay, let's look at this last topic for the night before we get up out of here. Let's look at the Cowboys draft status. The Cowboys draft status, I mean, we've already kind of glanced at it. And the Cowboys are looking real good, man. I mean, this should be, I mean, the Cowboys I thought did pretty good last year. You know, you think about the Cowboys last year, they were able to get Ty Booker, Savon Revel Jr. You think about the fact the third round pick was actually George Pickens. So, I mean, I really think overall the Cowboys did real good. They got Donovan Ezeraku. I think Donovan Ezeraku is going to be one of them before it's all said and done. I think next season we're going to see Donovan Ezeraku. Donovan Ezeraku will be a whole lot better next season. And I think he's going to have Cowboy fans absolutely excited. So let's kind of look at the Cowboys draft status, man. Cowboys draft status. Boy, we got to be excited. Cowboys draft status. Man, them boys almost got in the top 10. Almost got in the top 10. The Cowboys are at number 12. How exciting is that, Cowboy fans? And while we don't have a second round pick, we got 2 number 1s. We got the Green Bay Packers number 20 pick. Everybody said that that Green Bay pick, the Cowboys are stupid for doing that. That's going to be a number 30 or 29 pick. Yeah, it can turn around to be number 20. Yeah. Turned out to be a number 20 pick. I absolutely love this for the Dallas Cowboys. Number 20 pick. And when you look at the mock draft, kind of what they got going on right now, the Cowboys at number 12, Mansour Delane, cornerback out of LSU. And let's see when that safety is going. The Cowboys are at number 20. They're projecting the Cowboys to pick edge rusher TJ Parker at number 20. I'm not sure about that, but this is kind of where they are right now. But the Cowboys, so they're projecting Caleb Downs to actually go to Ohio State. They're projecting the running back from Notre Dame to go to the Saints. So that's kind of where they are. But the Cowboys, again, I think they're going to get the best cornerback in the draft. That's going to be their goal. And so if you look at the draft, obviously I would have to imagine that Mansour Delane is the number one cornerback in the draft because I don't see any cornerbacks being drafted in front of him. When you look at edge rushers, according to at least, Tankatron, obviously the kid from Clemson, TJ Parker, y'all let me know in the draft. Let me know in the chat. But obviously TJ Parker must be the best edge rusher in the draft because I see no more edge rushers. If I'm not mistaken, I see no edge rushers in front of him. Yeah, I see no edge rushers in front of him. So, man, the first round, man, this is going to be an exciting first day of the draft for the Cowboys. Boy, it's going to be an exciting first day to get 2 picks in the top 20, man. Boy, this is going to be exciting. This is going to be exciting, man. Yeah, the Cowboys we're gonna have the highest paid, we're about to have the highest paid slot receiver in the game. Slot cornerback in the game, because that's exactly what Deron Bland is going to be. So here are the top cornerbacks in the draft as far as the big board on Tankatron. Mansour Delane, 6'1", 187. Gerard McCoy, 6 feet, 193. Avion Terrell, 5'11", 180. Colton Hood, 6 feet, 195. Brandon, but of course the Cowboys are not going to have to worry about this because I do think the Cowboys are going to get the best cornerback in the draft. That'll be Mansour Delane. That'll definitely be Mansour Delane because the best safety in the game, Caleb Downs, he'll be gone long before the Cowboys get on that. Well, I won't say long, but he'll be gone before the Cowboys. But again, the Cowboys should be able to get them somebody here, maybe on the back end. So we'll see what happens here. But edge rushers, it looks like Reuben Bain Jr. Well, the cool thing is, if the Cowboys want Reuben Bain Jr., I think the Cowboys are going to be able to get Reuben Bain Jr. I really do. If the Cowboys want Reuben Bain Jr., they're going to be able to get him. You got Reuben Bain Jr., David Bailey, Keldrick Falk, TJ Parker. Man, this is going to be a great draft for the Cowboys. They should not be able to mess this up. I just say at the end of the day, Cowboys, don't go get no injured players. Don't get no player coming off of a surgery. Go out there with these 2 number 1 picks and go out there and get the best player at each position. There will be nobody drafting these 2 picks in front of the Cowboys. There is no edge rushers going in the top 11. At least that's what they are saying. So if no edge rushers go in the top 11, you can take your pick between Reuben Bain, David Bailey, Kendrick Falk, or TJ Parker. Me, I'm just leaning towards whoever the best is. The first round is going to be everything for the Cowboys because that's the round they got to justify the Michael Parsons trade. That first round is going to be everything. And if I'm the Cowboys, think about this. Donovan Ezeraku, Jadeveon Clowney, Reuben Bain Jr. Man, you got you some bookends, man. Man, you got you some bookends. You got you some bookends. Rod Curry, think about this. You said we can't expect the draft pick to come in here and save the day. You don't have to. Because if you go and get the best edge rusher, you got Donovan Ezeraku, you got Jadeveon Clowney. All you have to do is work in Reuben Bain Jr. That's all you have to do. Reuben Bain Jr. don't have to come in and save the Cowboys. Doesn't have to come in and save him. Come in and just be a part of the plan. That's all he has to do. It takes coaching and being tutored behind a veteran player. You're already going to have Jadeveon Clowney. You'll have Donovan Ezeraku, second year in the season. Everything is set up perfect. All you have to do is now go in and get, because understand, Micah Parsons was a dog like that. Micah Parsons came in and immediately started making impact. If I'm the Cowboys, that's what I'm doing. I'm going and get the best cornerback. I'm going to get the best edge rusher. Bass said, if we get Sonny, if Arvell is gone, G. Well, here's the thing. The Cowboys at number 12 and number 20. They don't have to worry about anybody being gone at 12 and 20. Cowboys can get who they want. They don't need a quarterback. They're not going to be after a running back. The Cowboys can literally get who they want in the first round. They can get who they want. They can get who they want. Cornerback room, man, I don't mind bringing in, when you're talking about the best cornerback in the draft, I don't mind bringing in the best cornerback in the draft to play cornerback for me. Because if you look at, I'm just going to assume that when you look at this cornerback that is on this board, I just got to assume, I'm going to go back and start doing some of my own research. I just got to assume that Mansour Delane, if he's the number one cornerback in the league, man, he's got to be at least as good or somewhere in the conversation of these guys like Sauce Gardner and Patrick Surtain. I mean, you're the best cornerback in the draft. So if I'm the Cowboys, I'm going to get the best cornerback in the draft to pair along with, I'm going to get the best cornerback in the draft to pair along with Savon Revel Jr. and DeRon Bland. That's what I'm going to do. Christian Legal, let me read a couple more here. Hold on a second. Yeah, and again, Bass, you got to think about it. You know, you said you don't rely on all these people coming out of the draft to be defensive picks and expect them all to start. And so that's why I say you go get the best cornerback. No, I'm starting the best cornerback. But as far as the best edge rusher, I don't have to start the best edge rusher in the league. Because I already got Ezeraku, and I'm going to keep Jadeveon Clowney. And I'm also going to keep James Houston from the Cowboys. So I already got 3, what I would call pretty good pass rushers. I'm bringing this guy in to work him in. I don't need him to be the starter. So as far as bringing in the best edge rusher, I'm doing that because I know I got the luxury of him not having to start day one. He doesn't have to start for me. Okay, Sonny Styles. What is that? Edge? I'm sorry, I don't watch college football like that. Let me see. Sonny Styles, I've heard the name, but I haven't been watching. Tell me what position he plays. Is this the... All right, tell me what position Sonny Styles played. Don't really watch college football like that. Bass said, how about how we achieve getting so many veteran players is to restructure our highest paid players and go after free agency. I don't think the Cowboys are going to do a bunch of that. I think they're going to go after Max Crosby. Won't be surprised to see Minkah Fitzpatrick, but I don't see the Cowboys going out there and getting multiple. I don't see them going out there getting multiple free agents. I think they're going to probably pinpoint 1 or 2, which makes sense because free agents are going to cost money. So you just got to pinpoint 1 or 2. If I'm the Cowboys, all I'm pinpointing in free agency is 1 or 2, and then anything else I get after that, there'll be depth pieces, kind of like the Cowboys did this past free agency. But I want to make sure if I'm the Cowboys, I got to get me at least one. My goal in free agency, I got to at least get me one top tier free agent on defense. One top tier day one starter free agent. Maybe even 2. But keep in mind, we still got Logan Wilson at the linebacker position at the wheel. But if I'm the Cowboys, I mean, I could probably target linebacker in the draft, but we still got Logan Wilson. Okay, linebacker. Let me go. Sonny Styles. Let's see. Okay, Ohio State again. These Ohio State boys. So we see Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles. Well, here's the issue. If the Cowboys want them, they can get them. I mean, there's going to be nothing holding them back. If the Cowboys want them, they can get them. There'll be nothing stopping the Cowboys if they want those players. If they want them, they can get them. So this is the thing for me. I'm not going to be tripping on the Cowboys and who they get as much as because these 2 first-round draft picks, they can get who they want to get, and that's what I love. I don't care if the Cowboys get corner, linebacker, safety, or edge. All I'm concerned with is they have 2 opportunities to get 2 of those positions in the draft. And if they want to go in free agency and get the other 2, do that. But get those 4 positions. That's where I am. All right, guys, we're going to be talking more about the draft. We will. We'll be talking about the draft. I actually already kind of mentioned some of my overreactions in the beginning of the show. But that's where I am. So for us, it's on to the draft. We'll be on Matt Eberflus' watch for the next 2 weeks. We are going to be on the Matt Eberflus watch for the next 2 weeks. When are the Cowboys cutting loose Matt Eberflus? When are they going to do it? And then after that, of course, we'll be doing some playoff coverage and talking about some what ifs. But we're going to continue on this, on this Cowboys journey. Continue to talk about Cowboys. There'll be plenty to talk about, even though we're not in the playoffs. Miss Matrix said, pick up a linebacker off the street. Elite pass rusher, safety, and cornerback can mask sorry linebacker play. Yeah. I'm telling you, Miss Matrix, if it's me, if I get Max Crosby, then I'm not worried about getting the best edge rusher. But if it's Max Crosby, if we get Max Crosby, then I'm getting the best cornerback in the draft. Because I do think the Cowboys need to stop messing around with the cornerback position. If you're not going to get the best cornerback in the draft, see if you can get get you a great cornerback in free agency. I think the Cowboys can help their backside out in free agency. And I'm with Chanel. I would love to see Minkah Fitzpatrick in Dallas. I really do. I would love to see Minkah Fitzpatrick in Dallas. Baz said we should be in the playoffs. I agree. We beat both Super Bowl teams. And we've shown that our offense can contend with anybody. But given our defensive coordinator that held us back, and that in itself restrained our offense. Yeah. Oh, restrained our defense. I do think some of it was the players too, Bass. I think we need better players. Yeah, I think we need better players. Lock and D, I give him 2 weeks. 2 weeks and Flus is gone. Kippy said 2 weeks is too long. Fire Sorensen too. Special teams was awful this year. Yeah, I agree. They need to get both of them gone. I agree. Mose Logan, I think they'll stay in the first round. The question is, will they stay in the first round on both picks? But I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys trade that Green Bay pick and stay in the first round and just try to get them an additional second round. I'm telling you, man, that doggone number 20 pick is going to be valuable for anybody out there. That number 12 and number 20 pick, those are going to be valuable. Cowboys not trading that 12 pick, though. I don't think they're trading it. Okay, so if we get Minkah, but maybe Pittsburgh just lets go of Minkah Fitzpatrick. They might just let go of him. Miss Matrix said, even for the simple fact safety can play linebacker, UDFA linebacker might be for the low. Yeah, the Cowboys are going to have to be very strategic in how they do this. Bass, I think 2 things can be true. I think Matt Eberflus held this team back tremendously. But Bass, I'm tired of these, bro. And I don't want to disrespect these players because I understand they're human beings and men. Bass, I'm so ready for the Cowboys to do something different at safety. We've been complaining about Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson, I know, for 2 seasons, even before this. I am ready to move on from them. Cornerback is just a no-brainer. Cowboys got to get better cornerbacks. I believe Savon Revel Jr. is the answer. Deron Bland needs to just be the highest paid slot cornerback in the league. Get you another outside cornerback. They do need to do that regardless of who the defense coordinator is. They need better players. They just need better players. These players, man, are not good the Cowboys have. I'm just sorry, they're not. Linebackers. Man, the Cowboys got a room full of linebackers and no linebacker. DeMario and Overshown, yes. Everybody else, Kenneth Murray, gone. Sanborn, gone. Logan Wilson, I'm probably keeping. If I want to deal with the $7 million he's going to be owed next year. But again, the Cowboys got to go in. Man, they got to get some players, man. They do. They got to get some players. Bass said we finally took defensive tackle. Hey, I'm loving where we're on that defensive tackle position, man. I'm loving that. That's the cornerstone of that defense. We got to stay there. Kippy, I'm agreeing. We have low IQ players on defense. It is time for those guys to go. The safeties, clear them all out. Clear all the safeties out. Again, Bland, highest paid slot. I love Savon Revel Jr. I think he'll be better next year. Get me another cornerback. I'm good to go. Get me a wheel linebacker. I'll keep Logan Wilson if I want to absorb the $7 million because I can still keep him from some depth. But I'm probably going to go and I'm going to try to find me a linebacker in free agency. I'm letting Murray go. If it's not in free agency, I'll go in the draft. But I'm telling us the Cowboys got so many options with those two number ones. And I am not opposed as much as I'm saying they might trade back. I'm also not opposed. Man, forget it, Cowboys. Go in there and just get two players with those things, man. Go in there and just get the two best players on the board, man. Get them players and be done. Shoot, get them players and be done, man. I'm just telling us. Miss Matrix, she said, I appreciate you, GB. Back for the next one. Yes, my sister. I'm about to get out here myself. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. I'm going to be back to doing my videos tomorrow. We'll have a lot of videos coming up tomorrow. Y'all make sure also go check out the G Sports Nation. Man, let me tell you something. Had a pretty good debut on the first video for the G Sports Nation, man. Really did. Really did, man. First video, especially when you consider doing a first video on the channel. A lot of you guys want to subscribe, but I picked up about somewhere between 30 and 40 subscribers on the first video. Very excited about that. Very excited about that. I'm getting ready to start dropping. I'm going to drop my next video tomorrow. Anybody who knows how YouTube works, I'm telling you, dropping the first video, getting 1,000 views on it and getting almost 40 subscribers is, man, hey, great. Again, we'll put that link in here as I get ready to, as I sign off. Y'all make sure y'all go check out the G Sports Nation, man. We're gonna try to have that one. Hey, Cowboys gonna be the main thing. I love the Cowboys, but G Sports Nation, man, we're gonna rock over there too. We're definitely gonna be talking all things playoffs over there, so it is going to be great. But we still got to keep it locked on our Cowboys and just, hey, man, we just got to keep encouraging each other. And I do believe we're going to get the last laugh. 2026 is going to be our season. Until the next time, appreciate you, DC4L. God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.